As we're getting ready for our first class, we'd like to remind everybody that we are live streaming the show today. So if you got friends, families, grandparents back home that aren't able to be here in person today, you might send them a message, jump on San Antonio's website. There's a live stream with Taylor Fort Broadcasting is doing the live streaming this year. And we've got, again, the added unique benefit for the Sheep and Goat Show. We've got some guest commentators with us today up here in the stands, going to be providing some feedback over the broadcast as well, too. Mr. Preston Ferris, Norman Coles will be providing some feedback there on the broadcast as well too. So those will be available for folks at home to watch and follow along and be able to support y'all's kiddos today as well too.
Now, you can hear me, can't you?
Right down.
Mike, test I got you now. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the live stream of the Commercial Ewes Show here this morning at the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Exposition. My name is Preston Ferris, and I'm joined here this morning by Norman Coles. We're just sort of two old has-beens, but we're going to do a little bit of commenting on the classes this morning. But first and foremost, I just wanted to say it's so good to have a show that stresses the importance of God and country. And Norman, that was certainly the way to start to train our young people with a prayer to our Lord and our Savior, and certainly also to have the national anthem, and I know you concur.
There's no doubt about that. That's the way it ought to be out here. All of us that were raised through this program and raised by the right kind of folks understand that, and we just got to keep that up so that we instill that in all our young people so that we don't ever lose faith, and certainly we got to always remember that freedom isn't free.
Is this monitor supposed to be showing the room, or what is this?
Your mic.
No, I tell you.
Well, Norman, this is sort of a unique class that we have here that initiates the show this morning. This was started several years ago, and of course the result is a scholarship for the winning exhibitor of the commercial ewe lamb class. And we'll see several different breeds represented this morning. The purpose of these, they used to be called wether dams. Well, there's no such animal because wethers are castrate males, and so they changed the name to the Commercial Ewe Show. And but the real focus of these particular ewes in this division is that they will be utilized to produce wethers to show in the Club Lamb Show. And so that's kind of what our judge is going to concentrate on this morning, I'm sure. And we'll see several of these. This is the lightweight division that we have coming in now.
Yeah, this is fun because you're going to see all sizes and all shapes, and you get an idea what everybody's taste is and what they like and what they want to use for their priorities. And we've got several different breeds I can already see represented just in these lightweights.
Yes.
I've seen 2 Southdowns. I see one Doppler, primarily Hampshire crosses. Looks good so far.
Yeah, perhaps one final cross down there even in here.
Yeah, I thought I saw it, and then I couldn't pick up on it again. But
well, we have our first sheep that has been an escape artist this morning, and that will occur.
yeah, that one already goes to the top of the list for our showmanship contest. Yeah.
But it can happen to the best of them, I'll tell you.
Yeah. There's no doubt, in the old days when we had to, well, even like tomorrow when they have the open show, if one of us adults ever turned one loose, we get a standing ovation.
Oh, I mean.
They'd all like that.
Well, if you remember last week when we had those flocks showing up there in Fort Worth, my daughter had to hold one of the sheep in the open division for the flock, and she turned hers loose. But fortunately, she caught it again. So.
Yeah, well, if they show long enough, they will turn one loose.
Tell you a little bit about our background. Norman and I both served as extension agents for the Texas Agri-Life Extension Service for several years, and before that, he and I grew up in this very barn. We exhibited sheep, and we exhibited goats, and our kiddos and our grandkiddos are doing that, and so we've sort of been involved in this business for, well, about 60 years, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah, it's 60 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, for y'all that don't know, Preston's son is the manager of all of these livestock events here at the San Antonio Livestock Show, and my granddaughter is out here in the ring today as one of the helpers, one of the little ring stewards, and
from the interns here,
yeah,
she is.
Yeah. So one thing leads to another, but we don't escape.
Well, and I tell you, having served as the superintendent here in the show for several years, you really get a little better appreciation, I think, than the exhibitors ever do for the importance of the volunteers that assist with this show. You just simply cannot put on a show of this size without volunteers, and I forget how many thousand volunteers are working in the San Antonio Livestock Exposition, and they're the key to the success of this show. And then, of course, all of those that the interns that help out, and the superintendents and everyone is so vital. And sometimes we just don't really, I think, give them the credit they deserve for all the hard work that they put forth.
Well, there wouldn't ever be one of these without them. That's for sure. You just can't put on anything of this magnitude without a lot of help. For y'all that are watching right now, he's pulling his favorites and he's sending them to the scale because these classes are divided by weight, and so they've turned in their weight yesterday when they entered, and now today they're being reweighed to make sure that they fall within that parameter that's been set. Now he's put him back on the walk for this final evaluation and make sure that he hasn't missed something. He's gone through them one time, and now he's making sure he's looking at them now a second time. See, he just pulled one and sent her to the scale right off the walk.
And it's so important for these judges, and of course, these judges judge because they love doing it and they love working with young people. And they don't want to miss one either. And you and I have judged a
If you would, put your hands together, please, and give the kids a round of applause for years worth of hard work here, and appreciate them coming down and exhibiting this talk show. We look forward to seeing y'all back again very soon.
Sometimes you can overlook one. That lamb might not be really showing when you approach it the first time as a judge, and so it's always important that they really put forth that time to look at that second look and be sure they don't miss one. Oh, and we have another escape, and that's from one of the potential placers. So you sure don't want to send that one out of the ring.
Yeah, she just got saved on the walk, and now she turned the lamb loose, and he's ready to go home.
Well, it's not too wild when they just stood there in the corner and let him catch it.
Well, now he's going to bring all of those back out, I suppose, and put them on the walk again. Get a side profile of all of them. And I hope you notice that some of the kiddos were dismissed, and they've now got a chance to go home and regroup their troops and find a little better animal for next season and learn a little bit more. And certainly they're going to have to get them a mentor and make sure that they know what to do with these individuals. Even when you buy a good one, if you don't know how to handle him, it isn't going to work out.
That's so true.
But this ain't kindergarten. This is a statewide show, and so you're playing the toughs against the toughs, and one of them's going to get a blue ribbon, and the others are going to get another color. But this ain't one of those deals where everybody is just as honored as the other. That you gotta play your way to the top, and that's life.
And it doesn't. It ends right here today, but it surely didn't start here. It started way back there when they purchased these lambs. Of course, they all had to be validated back in October, I think. But many of these youngsters may have even raised some of these lambs themselves, and so there's a lot of hours that have gone into this, and most of these youngsters are also those that are involved in every other activity in their school, and so they've got to budget some of their time for this, and it's a good learning experience for that as well.
Well, you can bet if they go to one of the smaller schools, they're in everything, and these are the high achievers, and that's something that you want to instill in these kids from little on. You can't give them an injection into their arm and say, okay, now why don't you go out there and be the best. You build on that every day. You're building their character and working on their ambition, and hopefully they'll all want to contribute. I see he's kept 9. How many does he place, Preston? 5?
I'm not certain. I think we found out that they place 8. Normally it's based on the number of animals to the class, and that tells you how many they're going to place, and the prize money per class is allocated in that way as well. You know, Norman, when you and I were showing, and maybe even when some of our children were showing, sometimes you could out-select someone at the first start of the project and get a lamb that might be really competitive. But that doesn't happen too much anymore because these youngsters are learning better, and they're also having, as you said, mentors that are helping them, and there's good animals in all the hands of these young people. And then the other thing that I notice a lot is back when you and I were showing and competing against each other because we were neighboring counties. You know, I always thought I could outshow you, and you always thought you could outshow me. And nowadays, there's a lot of kids that could outshow either one of us at that age.
Well, there's no doubt about that. They put so much emphasis on it now from little on, and schooled and taught. And the advantage they have really is all these jackpots that they get to go to from the time they're 6, 7, 8 years old. They're already out there in the deep sand playing for hardball. And that's exciting.
And the clinics that they go to, I mean, with experts that are helping them, and it's just a program it's all helps in youth development.
Well, I hope that those that aren't here today but are planning on participating here in the future, I hope you can enjoy how nice this barn is and this facility and this show ring. When Preston and I showed as kids, we were in the little old barn that's over here to the west of where we are right now, and it's gone now. They've put up another nice, beautiful facility in place of that one. But the barn was just a little bit taller than our heads were, and it was so dark in there that about anything was okay to happen. And now we've got this wonderful facility here at San Antonio, and I just hope that all the young people that have followed us have an appreciation for what they have now compared to what we had, and that's all due to the support of this Livestock Association and the San Antonio people here, and all that they've put into making this fairground such a nice place. And it's just amazing how far it's come. You'd have to be back there when we were to really understand how awesome this is.
That is so true, and you know, we've always had supporters of the show that help purchase these premium animals and things like that, and they've just grown and grown, and they're so vital to the show as a whole. And of course now the San Antonio show is world renowned for the amount of scholarship money that they present to these exhibitors, and it's just you know, having put some of our kids, and now we've got grandkids in college, and knowing what the costs are, all of those financial helps are tremendously appreciated.
Well, as you can see, we're down to the final 4, and he's taken a gander, and he's handled all of them once more, and he's got a pretty good idea of what he's thinking, and it won't be long. We're going to see who's going to top out this class.
There were 25 in this class, and now, like we said, we're down to the 3. guess that lamb wants to dance. I don't know. I know you're a big dancer. Maybe that's. And he's made his selection.
Yeah.
Notice how those kiddos congratulated each other. Sportsmanship and teaching the vital, important facts of life are important in this ring, and it starts right here with these young people.
Yeah, that's the way it has to be.
For those of you who may not be familiar with the program, you'll notice now they are nose printing these lambs. Nose print is just like on a lamb is just like a fingerprint on a person. They're all different. And so when these lambs were all validated in October, they were all nose printed. They actually had a DNA sample taken as well. But this is just a double check to be sure that the youngsters followed the rules, and so they nose print them here again on the day of the show.
Well, here at first class of the morning, it's good to be in San Antonio. I think a great class to start out with. The young man's ewe lamb, when it walked in the ring, pulled him off the lead. I think that one maybe is not cooperating just like we want quite yet. This morning woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but that one I still think hit me pretty hard right there from the get-go. She's not wanting to cooperate on the young man. Maybe is she just the neatest at the edge of her shoulder, and how maybe just coordinated and square is she on her feet, because it's a little hard to get her out and track sometimes. I still think that one from the side, though, is really, really proportional in how she's put together when she does kind of situate herself together, and then just combines that with pretty easily the freshest and most impressive back shape. She's got the right kind of width and turn to her rib cage. Handles really, really good. I think just a nice one to go ahead and sort up that caught my eye quick, and then some things to sort there down the line. Pair here in second and third that, for this first class of the day, I think both have some future just in terms of where they are in terms of their condition. The young lady's ewe lamb, I think that looks a little bit more like the youthful kind of class 1 sheep that I was anticipating. She gets that one stuck, I think, does a really, really nice job, and you really like that one from the profile. That one's super good in terms of how she sits in her chest, just the freshness and youthfulness that she still reads there about her head and neck. Draws back really good in her lines, really ditched up there in terms of her back shape. She's not the most mature and just the fullest out there through her loin and maybe in her upper hip, but her genuine shapes there, really like how that one's built at the ground. I think she'll soften up in her flank just a shot with maturity, and that's a really nice sheep. The young man's in third, I think, has some neat pieces, just the kind of up and out and just the length and extension, the elevation, the stoutness of feature, I think, is similar to that of the one we have in second. That's a pretty big sheep that's still got a while to go to get her end point. I think so. You start to read her from a 3/4. Maybe she just gets a little bit drier there in terms of her forerib. She's just a little bit harsher in terms of how she, from behind, maybe a little bit shallower there to her flank and cut up in her twist. But I think the outside silhouette of that one is still really, really nice. One that's probably a little bit more ready here that's in fourth, and I think that maybe that works to her disadvantage here in one of the first classes of the morning. That one's definitely got enough body. She handles wide and consistent down her top, big out through her pin set and got a big leg. I think just maybe for this class 1, that one gets out in motion. She's the one that wants to start to drop out and kind of plane there in terms of her chest, throws off her underline balance, but still a solid sheep. Young man's in fifth here. They're coming out next. I think has a lot of the same qualities that we have in the top 4. Probably just when we start to handle them in terms of genuine shape, maybe freshness and skin quality, just how she wedges, maybe not quite as good. But I think a nice looking set, really one that grabbed my eye from the get-go to class winner. Got some stout sheep here on the other side that maybe just their build issues need to be tweaked, but a good class to begin. Let's put your hands together for this group of exhibitors.
Well, that was really a nice way to begin this morning. He did a nice job lining those up. Stayed pretty consistent with the kind that he liked. And it'll get more interesting as we go, because the quality is going to continue to go as we get a little bit bigger and they get a little closer to maturity. So we'll be in just a second. We're bringing in the Class 2 of this event.
Well, we're now ready to
Results for Class 1 commercial ewes. In first place was Pierce Lawhon from Nueces County 4-H. Second place goes to Harper Garrick, from Columbus FFA. Third place, Broxton Muse from Moore County FFA, 4-H. Fourth place, Reese Shanahan from Frio County 4-H. Fifth place was Dylan Trotty from Guadalupe County 4-H. Sixth place was Ellie Senez from Juarez Lincoln FFA. In seventh, we had Emily Steele from Burleson Centennial. In eighth place, Robert Olivares from San Diego FFA. Also like to take time here in between our classes to introduce our judge this morning in the Commercial Youth Show. We have with us Mr. Colby Redifer. Colby's a native of Blacksburg, Virginia. He and his family there own and operate a successful sheep and goat operation. They annually market and place sheep and goats all over the nation, competitive goats that find their way to the top end of quite a few shows across the nation as well. After high school, Colby attended Butler Junior College, where he did JUCO work and was on their judging team. From there, he went to Texas Tech, was on the 2015 judging team there at Texas Tech. Following the undergrad, he traveled back north to Iowa State, did his master's at Iowa State University, and is currently residing in Missouri, working on his PhD, and hopes to be finishing up very soon, and is applying and interviewing for jobs right now. So we're glad to have Mr. Colby Redifer with us this morning. If you would, please put your hands together and give him a round of applause. He's working hard, working through all of our young folks' sheep today.
There goes one of those blue ones, Norman, that we were talking about.
Yeah.
We're in Class 2 now. There are a couple of lambs in here that are really dark pelted, and we sort of all refer to those as blue lambs, and that's a natural color. It's not dyed or anything like that. It's a natural color in the fleece of those animals. And We used to see, there was a time there for a few years back in the weather shows where that was really prevalent. I mean, we saw lots of those. Not as many in today's world.
No, it's just like other things, they've kind of fell out of favor, and everybody sort of said, you know, let's get them back to where they're light-colored and light-skinned. And doesn't mean you can't have a really good one, though. That's that color.
Well, this is Class 2, and the weight breaks for this particular class are from 123 to 134. There are 29 lambs in the class.
When he and I were kids, there weren't any sheep at the show that were this big, and this is only the second class. The top weight limit here when he and I showed was 105.
105. Anything heavier than that was sifted automatically.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not certain that we properly introduced our judge. This is Colby Rediford from Columbia, Missouri. Colby actually judged on the collegiate level at Texas Tech University under Dr. Ryan Rathman there, and he's a very accomplished young man, does an excellent job. We're fortunate to have him here.
Well, you could really see it as he pulled those lambs on the walk just a minute ago. You and I would mention one that we said, now there's one, and the next thing you know, he'd jerk him out of there and send him to the scale. So
that might not be a good thing, Norman. I don't know.
It is.
No, I think that's certainly the case.
I just like to see that confidence level in one of them that comes in here that knows what he wants, that he doesn't have to scratch his head and say,
Yeah, and I know you and I love to pull animals on the walk, because that's when you can see them move and see how flexible they are, and that's all important.
Yeah, and you know that's that just shows you your eyes in tune, and that's what you like, that's what you want, and you gravitate to those, and I like it because you're jerking out the best ones.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the show arena.
Well, and this actually is a breeding class. I mean, these are not going to be hung on the rail. They're going to be going back into the breeding program, and so that athleticism is important, as well as the amount of muscularity that they have.
Now he's bringing them back out. He's going to reevaluate them on the walk, and then he'll line them up and start pulling and figuring out what he's going to keep and what's going to be at the top.
You know, there are two schools of thought on that. Years ago, almost everyone placed from the top down. Whenever they pulled and pulled the top animals, and then we begin to see more people put the finalists back out here in the ring and place from the bottom up, and I always like to do that because it gives you more time to concentrate and group those really outstanding ones together and do a little better of analysis of them. But either way is certainly acceptable.
Yeah, it's to each his own. It's what makes him happy and what makes him most comfortable with the ones that he's picking and choosing to get up here to the top. If that's the way he thinks he needs to do that, well, that's awesome.
Exactly.
I can tell you one thing, he ain't too far off on them first 5 he jerked out. He's handling them now, and what he's doing is he's just trying to see what kind of muscle dimension they have down their top. He can look at their hind leg and see what that is, and
it's all correlated. So
yeah. And the chances are at this weight, there's not going to be too much finish variation in these either. Right here at this point,
that's right.
You're gonna see some variation here in a little bit.
Yeah, there's not a lot of fat deposition on these because they're still growing.
Yeah,
and they should be.
Yeah, these are still pups.
This first lamb in class is really impressive to me when I look at that bold rib design and the amount of top that I see in that ewe lamb. She impresses me quite a bit. We'll see what he thinks about her in a little while.
Yeah, and he ain't even got one of them tigers on that one that can just job them all the way through the sand.
Yeah, you got a young lady that's
doing a nice job.
Yes.
That's just enough pressure to make her look good.
Place 9 in this class, I believe. Well, we're down to those 5 again.
That's what I told you.
In those 5, there's a lot of similarity in them, and yet there's a lot of differences in them as well. And that's just that's why we call it judging. It's all of those things that you have to put together and analyze and see which one suits you the best. And if we bring another man in here, he won't do them the same. But he'll likely get these good ones up here in the top end.
Yeah, he might resort those 5, but he ain't going to have them somewhere else.
I like to see this, and I know you do too. Never hurts to put them on the walk again.
No, because you can already see one of them takes itty-bitty steps.
Well, Norman, I'm still in the chase.
I don't think there is a chase. Of course, he could talk himself out of doing that.
Been known to happen, hasn't it?
Study long, you study wrong. That was the end.
Well, we stand second. That's pretty good in a tough class like that, though, I'll tell you.
Yeah. That's two awesome sheep right there.
Yeah, we'll let him
Explain
give us
it.
his reasons. Yeah.
Explain it.
Yeah.
Well, we got the rust knocked off there in that first class. I think we come out here, though, this one, we got 5 sheep out here I really, really liked. Ones I all caught when they were walking in, pulled them. They were the fast 5 to get pulled, and no doubt they stayed right up there. I think a nice pair here on the top. I went ahead and gave the young man sheep the nod. I think you study that one whose neck still comes really good out of the top side of her shoulder, and you like the shape of her head and neck. But from there back, I think that's where that one really blows them out of the water. That one's big and opened up in terms of her body cavity. She's got a big rack there in her, but still gets even wider back to her loin and pin set. That's definitely the most impressive one in terms of how she handles over her loin. You read her down through her lower body. I think maybe you'd like to just drive her chest up in her ever so slightly. I think her heart to flank is still really good. That one gets out when he just walks her on the lead. One that really, really catches your eye. A nice sheep there for the class winner. The young ladies here that's in second, when I first saw that one come in, I believe she came in pretty early. I really had my eye on that one. I think one that here props up and gives you a good, attractive kind of breeding sheep look. But what I really liked about that one, I think you study her from the top of her skeleton down to where she sets her feet. That one's just really square and everything about her. Her back is wide and square. Her chest and body are wide and square with it. She sets her feet wide and square as well. Probably when I started sorting between the pair, she gets just a little bit drier and staler in terms of her skin. She's not near as fresh in terms of how she handles out through her loin. Maybe just wants to deviate there in terms of how she ties her top line together and set in motion. But a lot of really, really nice breeding pieces in that one. I think the one that comes in third fits the kind of mold of the one in second. I think maybe just when we start to get them in comparative sense, just didn't have quite the extras there. But one I still think props up, is tall at the top of her shoulder, puts herself together right in terms of her build, got a nice kind of shape, just maybe not as impressive in terms of being three-dimensional. Some really intriguing pieces on the young man's here in fourth. I just don't think they all quite fit together right. That one's big in terms of her chest and where she sets her feet down up front. With that, she's wide and big in terms of the top side of her rack. I really think that one's got an arrogant kind of look in how she neck comes out of her shoulder. It's from there back where she maybe just wedges a little bit the wrong way. Kind of closes up there in her loin and pinches in her pin set. That one gets just a bit drier and hollower there back to her flank. If we can make that one as stout as she is up front all the way back to the rear, one I'd like a great deal more. I think the sheep we have here in 5, I pulled her off the walk, and you can see why, just how she props up from this angle. I don't know if there's much you'd really want to change about that one from this. You get, though, in the 3/4, and as that one leaves you, she's the two-dimensional one of the set of 5 up here from the kind I like. So just need to make that one stouter and broader. A nice set, though. Let's give them all a big round, would you please?
Results of Class 2. In ninth place was Jenna Dow from Lake Travis FFA. In eighth place was Kate Arnold from Waller FFA. Seventh goes to Cambry Reese from Holland FFA. Hondo FFA, excuse me. Sixth place is Jackson Missildine from Marion FFA. Fifth place goes to Zaylin Burnside from Jordan FFA. Fourth goes to Grayson Snyder from Taylor Cade FFA. Third is Carson Shanahan from Frio County 4-H. Second goes to Mackenzie Guerrero from Live Oak County 4-H. And winning Class 2 is Callan Pruitt from Abbott FFA. Class 3 commercial ewes are now in the ring. If you would, those of y'all ringside, please put your hands together for these exhibitors that exit the ring and congratulate them on a year's worth of hard work. We look forward to seeing them back again very soon at San Antonio Stock Show.
Well, now we're in Class 3, and this is his final selections in here, and so now he's going to begin to place them. We'll see what we come out of.
On here, I have a setting on here where it's got a noise gate.
Well, I always like to see a judge work deliberately, and that's just what this young man is doing. I mean, he's confident. He's not guessing what he's doing. He's confident in his ability, and you know, we learned a long time ago when we were judging that there's actually only one person that you have to satisfy, and that's yourself. You know?
Absolutely.
You got to be able to sleep when you go home at night, and that's all. They paid you for your opinion. They didn't pay anybody outside the ring for it. So. This is Class 3. The weight breaks are 131 to 134. Well, that's not exactly right. I think this is right on this class. Last class I said it went up to 134. It actually only went up to 130. So there's only a 4 pound difference in all of these lambs out here. So they're all pretty well the same weight.
Yeah, now he's going to put them on the move again.
I think we can already see some differences beginning to show up just a little bit on the amount of condition, amount of fat these lambs have on them. And he commented on that even in the last class. When he gets to this big class, when they weigh from 163 to 190, I'm sure there'll be quite a lot of difference in those.
Yeah. Yep. I haven't changed my mind about which one I like here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both of us kind of like that one, and
yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. He pulled her a little bit late on the walk-in, but he did get her on when she was walking in. So
yeah.
Why hit that thing in the face? Why are the judges like this too? Oh well. These are fun. Someone typed in and said that
we can see the brisket in these lambs beginning to kind of round out a little, where they're beginning to make a little fat deposition there, and so there's some differences in condition showing up on these.
That one I like doesn't have any brisket.
No.
I mean, there ain't none.
These young people can really do a great job of presenting these lambs.
Well, this boy up here on top can stomp one right through the dirt.
Yes, he can. It's not his first time in the ring, is it?
No.
Like what, when they exit?
Well, we'll see what Colby has to say. We used to call this justifying your placings, but when you're doing it, you're in charge. You don't have to justify anything. You're just explaining it to folks.
The good thing is he is articulate.
Very definitely. Well spoken.
I guess you could maybe mount it up there on one of those poles, so you have to have a long range, longer range. If you're not using that and it dies, I'll just let it die unless you want me to turn it back on later.
Here in this third class, a pair of ewe lambs I think I gravitated towards pretty quickly early on. I'll be honest, maybe how they first hit me just from the way they were acting and how they're placed out here now is probably reversed. That young man's was giving him some fits there to start out, but once you get on the handle of that thing, if you're the least bit hesitant to see her just from the move, that's a wide, hard-backed one that's fresh, really aggressive in terms of her body shape and just her muscle texture. I think, that one still puts her probably got just back to her dock than the one in second. I think even longer and maybe more attractive there, and where her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe just like to smooth her out and just lady her up in a few of her transitions there, but that one's awfully powerfully bodied and still gives you a good look. That's a nice one to start out. The young ladies here in second, that one just moving, I think moves as just flexible and attractive, and her skeleton just loves to work and hinge exactly right. That one just from her top line is beautiful. The set to her hind leg is really attractive. Her underline transition's just right. Proportionally, she needs to be a rib longer and her shot lengthened out in her hip. Really the disappointing thing on that one is I'd wish I'd probably just seen her a class earlier in her life. She's starting to get a little bit of bark there over her rib. Her handling quality's not as good, but I love that one's skeleton. That's why she stays second. The one in third's a power sheep. That's probably more the touch and skin and just aggressive shape of that, like the class winner. I think you study that one, though. She's got some of those negatives that go with the power. She's definitely rounder and just a little bit bolder and more awkward in how she gets out of her shoulder, where her neck comes out of it. That one probably gets as aggressive as she is in her shape, just a little bit rounder in how she handles over her loin, maybe a little bit rounder in terms of her hip as well. Definitely a good-looking one here in fifth that I like just because of her profile and how she moves. You get them out here, though, and get comparative with them once we take them through the scale. That one's not stout enough, not big enough in her pen set and lower leg, but a good silhouetted sheep nonetheless. Young man's here that's going to round out the top five. I think some intriguing pieces. That's a tall-shouldered one that's really, really big in terms of the shape she's got there in terms of her rack. That one's big in terms of her feature. I think from a general standpoint, proportion's pretty nice. Or just got the right pieces. They just don't put them all together quite right. How she comes out of her rack and how she handles the rest of her spine is a little awkward. Maybe a little goofy there in her knee. Just needs to be stronger and more upright in terms of her posture and to give her just a little bit more attractive look as she goes. A lot of good pieces. Don't tie them together quite as nice. A nice set, though, here for the top five. I think a good set there, top to bottom, that we pulled. Let's give this group of kids a big round of applause.
Well, now we move to those that weigh 135 to 140 pounds.
And already the finish has changed.
Yes. $29 in this class.
Have it written on the back. They don't. Hey, Taylor, can you give me that monster to ride a pursuit?
Popping because people are getting pushed over a lot.
There's already some in here that got a little too much bark on them.
Yep. Yeah, that condition is certainly changing on these. That looks like that may be a Dorset down there. Norman in the middle of this class.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna guess.
No, I'm not either.
Yeah.
Could be a Bramley fine wool, I guess, but it's hard to tell from this distance. But Dorset sheep can have big old tops in them. We know that.
Might be one that's just too spooky for anything else.
Yeah, I believe that's a Dorset.
I'm not gonna make you explain why you think it's a Dorset. If we had Frank up here, we'd know.
Well, I suppose that's true.
Yeah. I guess everybody already knows that they honored Frank at San Angelo the other day and gave him a pocket knife with his name engraved on it.
Well,
for all of his outstanding service, and there's no doubt about it.
To the validation efforts, is that not correct?
Yes, right.
Because he was, he was very instrumental back there when we developed all of that to begin with.
Well, he's just been instrumental to the whole sheep industry, and especially to our youth program. He understood that this was the limelight of what we do.
Yeah, we're talking about Dr. Frank Craddock, who served for the for several years as a state extension sheep and goat specialist. And again, Norman and I have known him since we were kids together. Frank and I grew up together in the same community, and Norman over one county line, and so we've been lifelong friends and had an opportunity to share lots of experiences. Some of them were even good.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't tell it, but I can. I judged on that winning livestock judging team in college with him and Frank, and the only reason they took me along was because they had to have enough names on those entry blanks to have a team, because those two could win anywhere, any day, by themselves. Everywhere we went in college and judged, they were first and second.
That was in the wool judging contest. Right. Yeah.
We'd be doing rails, and Frank would say, "Can't you feel the difference in that mohair?" And I said, "No, not really." They had done it so much they could do the rails with their eyes closed. That sure wasn't fair.
Well, Frank and I were fortunate, of course, not only to have had Dr. Jim Bassett coach us as Norman did.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the show arena.
But Frank and I have to give a lot of credit to our own extension agent, who was in Bandera County when we grew up. Mr. Werner Lindig. Werner was again an excellent teacher of evaluation in wool and mohair, and certainly also a good example for young people.
Yeah, it'd be hard for me to explain sitting here how good those two were at judging wool and mohair, but I just promise you that they have never had two come into the collegiate ranks that were as qualified as those two. And whenever we had a contest, it was over. They'd give a first and second place, and then the others behind us, all the rest of us were so damn far down there, they'd start with fifth and then give seventh and 10th, and it never was close.
And then sometimes Norman doesn't give too accurate of facts out there.
That's the truth.
Here we go to the finalists again, Norman.
Yeah, we got to figure out which one we like here.
Looks like the Hampshire breed's pretty prevalent in this particular group.
Yeah.
And you know, when we were kids showing, of course, that's when you, as Norman said earlier, 105 pounds was the heaviest market lamb you could have, and so the Southdown breed was the really prevalent breed, and there were always lots of good Hampshires and things like that, but those Southdowns were always winning the grand championships, and then we began to get them a little larger, and so they made the Southdowns larger, but the Hampshires are still probably dominating the meat breeds now.
Well, it'd be nice if they'd recognize that right here is about an ideal size.
Exactly. Yeah, when you hang this on the rail, this gives you the desirable carcass weight, and that's all important when you fabricate that animal and you have the size leg that these lambs have. If it gets too much bigger than this, it won't fit in the pot.
I want to double check and see. It's showing Elizabeth and Cole.
Well, now he's down to his last 5. He's working through them, and won't be long. We're going to see who captures this class. We've got our favorite.
And again, there's some differences in condition. We can see it all the way from up here.
Yeah, we think we know which one's the fattest of those 5.
There's certainly some differences in that front end view from my angle here.
Yeah, look where the front feet are going.
It never helps you when they don't want to move.
Really good in terms of just her proportions. I think the three-quarter view, that one's pretty dominant in terms of just being cracked open, wide and square in terms of her back shape. Maybe just not the most attractive and hinge the loosest in how her shoulder and neck comes out of her shoulder. I think a minor thing on one that's got a lot of really good pieces. The one here that's in second, I didn't pull off the walk and doesn't really want to cooperate on the walk. I think propped up here, not one you really want to draw up much different. I think just from a freshness standpoint and a youthfulness standpoint, I probably love the condition that one's in just for her weight as much as any. The question is, and where I drew the line is, you come to the three-quarter view and study that one straight on, coming and going, just a little bit too closed up in her chest, and pin set gets just a little bit longer and plainer there in terms of her forerib shape right behind her shoulder, but really, really love the way that one looks. I think the one here in third is just a nice complete sheep. She's wide enough down at the ground. She's big enough in terms of her back and body shape. She's proportional, probably gets just a little bit rounder in her shoulder, a little bit shorter in terms of how she measures and just reads out in the length of her hip, but a nice sheep that I think just does a lot of things right. The young man's here that's going to be fourth. You study that one from the front half of her body. I think pretty powerful there in terms of where she handles up high. That one probably just doesn't proportion front half to her back half, gets a little bit closed up and plainer there in terms of how she handles in her loin and back to her pin set. Maybe just wants to come apart and just drop out in terms of her chest and get off in her balance when we set her in motion. I think a nice one from a skeletal standpoint and just an up and out kind of sheep here that we have in fifth. That one's got some good shape up high, probably just getting a little bit washed out when you handle her in her loin. You can see kind of just crashes there in terms of her heart shape where she reads down in her twist and legs. If we could just crack that one open in terms of her lower skeleton, I think would portion out a shot better, give us some run up to the top. A nice set though, top to bottom. Put your hands together for this set of exhibitors.
Well, there they are.
Catch you up on some results from our commercial ewe show this morning. Backtracking here to Class 3 commercial ewe lambs. In 7th place, we had Brady Brister from Wise County 4-H. In 6th place, we had Elizabeth Royal from Arlington FFA. In 5th place goes to Madison McShellen from Friendswood FFA. 4th place goes to Broxton Muse from Moore County 4-H. 3rd place is Cheyenne Garza from Wesco FFA. 2nd place is Sutton McMahon from Coleman County 4-H. And winning that class is Bristol Fisher from Bell County 4-H. Switching gears here, results from our last class, class number 4 commercial ewe lambs. 9th place was Cambry Bader from Navarro FFA. 8th place goes to Keegan Brandom from Splendor FFA. 7th place is Eduardo Sanchez from Zapata County 4-H. 6th place goes to Addison Shanahan from Frio County at 4-H. 5th place is Gemma Chanley from Robertson County 4-H. 4th place is Duke Kitchens from Vernon FFA. 3rd goes to Oakley Goodner from Wise County 4-H. 2nd is James Schultz from Guadalupe County 4-H. And winning Class 4 is Kendall Harris from Deer Park FFA. We now have Class 5 in the ring, commercial ewe lambs.
we've had the first pull here in Class 5. Weights in this class, 141 to 146 pounds, and there's 28 entries in the class. Norman, I'm going to abandon you for a few minutes and go over and check with the commercial does that are showing as well in the other ring. And so I'll be back and try to be here whenever we pick the grand so we can pick our own again.
Yeah, there we go. I'll do my best to keep them entertained.
Maybe that lady scared me. Came out of nowhere.
Well, they know when they call you up here, sometimes it's not for you. Okay, see you later.
He's picked a couple more now that he's gone through there and handled them and had a little closer inspection. And then I suppose we're going to put him back on the walk and give him a chance to look at him a little closer. Okay, now he's going to put him on the walk. This is his final inspection. But again, you know, he's been through them twice, and now he's trying to make sure he hasn't missed anything. I appreciate that.
If you will, please put your hands together. Let's pay off these young exhibitors as they go around the ring one last time this morning. Congratulations, young folks.
Hands up.
I'm not sure congratulations is the right word when they go out of the ring. But this is the real deal. This is life. This is how it goes. You win some and you lose some. For those that want to, they can be inspired and try to do a little bit better. Well, now he's going to start making his final selections, and he's going to place 8.
Aspens. I like the third one.
I got Brent up here now helping me. Now he'll put together what he thought he saw when they were on the move, along with what he thinks he's feeling now in terms of muscle dimension. We'll see how this thing shakes out.
Oh my God, here it goes. Oh my God, she sprayed. Okay, that's out. She sprayed to the freaking dust. And now it's not big up. No, Mexican.
Well, that makes a real nice lineup. This is a powerhouse up here on top.
Okay, so what did you do like that? He changed it out because he was like, yeah, that.
Well, I think just from a total standpoint, the one we go ahead and use to win, I think needs to do so. Going to be honest, that one when she gets out and goes needs to just hinge looser there in terms of how she handles her spine. She wants to get her blade maybe just a little bit forward and ahead of her neck attachment. But I think when the young lady gets her propped up, even when she just gets off of her and just shows her loose when stopped, no question that one needs to win. I think that's, just the freshest and most athletic in terms of her condition. Because of that, she definitely handles the best up high. I think reads just the most right and progressive in terms of her lower body. That one needs to win, and then there's some things to sort as we get on down the line. The young man sheep here in second, I think one that's just productive and pretty wide and got some width and dimension and productivity from end to end. A long-bodied sheep. Wants to give him a little bit of trouble, and it's not the easiest to show. And I think when you start to study her compared to the one there in first, getting just a little bit of bark over, maybe not just as fresh right there behind her blade in terms of her rack shape, a little bit of fat there around her tailhead, but I think one that, getting out into motion still balances appropriately. It's got some mass. That's where I settled on for second. I think kind of maybe a similar type sheep here in third, one that's probably stouter in terms of her feature, maybe a little bit just square where she sets. She's probably even a shot staler in terms of just her hide quality, how she handles there in terms of her loin. I think if you start to read her there in her forerib and chest, she's just beginning to drop there and get a little bit more mature. If we could have that one a notch fresher, I think she'd probably be second. Really just a stout kind of featured, muscular, round-bodied, aggressively shaped sheep here in fourth. That one's just a little bit too masculine there in terms of the shape of its head, too thick and short there in its neck. We need to loosen that one up in terms of its joint work and and just get out here and act like a lady, but definitely got to appreciate the pieces that one does offer. Opposite side of the spectrum, I think definitely one that's just flatter in terms of her shoulder, longer and looser in terms of the way she hinges. We get into a sheep here and at this weight, I don't think she's just massive and productive enough there in terms of where she handles out of the backside of her shoulder. Gets a little bit flatter in terms of her pins and lower twist as well. Nice looking sheep though. There's some decisions there to be made between the second through fifth, but one I think that has to win here from a total standpoint. Nice set top to bottom. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round.
Results of Class 5 commercial ewe lambs. In 8th place, we had Presley Kalina from El Campo FFA. In 7th place is Cold Night, from Brant FFA. 6th place goes to Tristan Shanahan from Frio County 4-H. 5th is Natalie McGovern from Southwest FFA. 4-H is Presley Goodner from Wise County 4-H. 3rd place was Jalen Dodd from Montgomery County. 2nd place is Kason Wooten from Madison County 4-H. And winning Class 5 was Leighton Lawhon from Nueces County 4-H. Class 6 commercial ewe lambs now entering the ring.
Now we're on Class 6. Class 6 goes from 147 to 153. Now he's going to go through and give them all one handle, see what he finds, see if he missed something on the walk. He's done a real nice job of finding those bears right off the top, the ones that he really likes, as they come in. As you can see, there's a couple of blue ones in here again, but predominantly we got them all pretty honest Hampshire color, and we'll just see what strikes him as he goes down through there. Looks like he picked about 6 or 7 on the walk. You see there's 2 he's pulled out now that he likes the handle on, and feels like they need to be in that top end, and that's real nice. He's picked about 9 so far, it looks like, 9 or 10. Now he's going to put him on the walk and make his final selection before we get to working out the end. You saw he picked the little blue lamb on the walk. That color makes no difference.
Those around ringside, if you will, please put your hands together. Let's congratulate these kids on a wonderful project this year. Nice set of sheep, excellent ring, hard work, and even better kids. Congratulations, young folks.
The sand got pretty deep in this class, so it's going to be pretty tough when they come out of here. You can just about tell by how hard he's studying the intensity that he's going to have to apply in this one, because the competition level in this upper end is really going to be fun to watch. Now he's handling them again and gonna all go all the way down to the other end and make sure he's finding the rack shape and top shape that makes him happy. And I do appreciate the fact that he's also checking finish, because we're getting bigger now. And we need to get them bigger by natural skeleton. We don't need to have them to appear to be thicker and tougher and so on just because we added a little bark to them. I hope you're all enjoying this live screen and just sitting there at home. It's just amazing what we get to enjoy nowadays compared to the old times. Now he's putting them on the walk to look at these last 5. He's not going to have a better opportunity to look at them and make some accurate selections than when he puts them on the walk like this. As you saw, he went back and he's handled them again. He's just trying to see what kind of muscle dimension differences there are in these. that he's got at the top end. I think I've already got a pretty good idea which one he likes because he hardly ever goes to her and hardly ever handles her, so he isn't checking to see if he likes her or not. He's sure got two good wasps up here on the top end of this class.
The ringleader behind the small he's going to be like in your way. Yeah. That's what we watch. Yeah. He's not going to be
You can sure see how quick these bigger kiddos are and how they know from practice at home just exactly where they want to set their feet and legs and how they can prop them up when they get them posed just right. Well, that was really close, and it's really two good sheep up here on the top of the class. It'll be fun to hear him explain himself and discuss these because the intensity got a whole lot better here.
Well, a nice pair here on top. I think definitely deserve the extra time to just study the pair of them and break them down. I think, the break between second and third is pretty wide to me, and so it's a nice pair of them to study. I think the one maybe area I'd be critical of the class winner, probably the first time she came out, maybe when she was walking earlier, that one can get just maybe a little bit too comfortable in her skeleton when she gets out. Nothing really, really nice in the angles and how she's built there in front. At times she'll get just a little bit lazy. That last time, last go round, I think really kept herself still pretty good and up and out. I think the totals, though, you study that one from just a comfort and correctness of skeleton, having some flex and hinge to her. I think she has that advantage. When you get into their center bodies, I think that one's, the most productive and probably just the most massive in terms of her body. With that, she just shot better right out of the backside of her shoulder in terms of being neat in her shoulder and still big in her rack. She's probably just square and wider from stifle to stifle as we study her down the backside of her shoulder. But I think a pair of sheep that have a lot of similarities. That one's looseness and comfort. That one's extra shot of touch up high is where I give her the advantage. I think the blue sheep, one that came in early and one that I liked immediately, that one probably stays just a little bit taller shouldered and a little bit more attractive all the time when she gets out and goes. That one's still high at the top of her shoulder and where her neck comes out. That one's probably just a little bit stouter in terms of her forearm if we're going to study true feature. I think that one is super crisp and just right in terms of where her pin bones sit and how she comes out of the backside of her hip. Like I said, we get comparative. She's maybe not just massive up high. I think, though, that one's probably a shot cooler in terms of how she takes to the ring up front. Can get just a little bit shorter and shufflier on her back, too, when we get them out and go. So I don't know if she has the advantage going around the ring. A nice pair that definitely deserve a big round of applause here in a minute. The sheep in third, I think just a complete kind of sheep that makes for a nice third behind them. I think one that's pretty problem-free in terms of how she's built, a productive-looking one that's still got a nice look to her. She handles with enough mass. I think we maybe shove just a little bit of bark off of that one. She's not just as wide and genuinely square in terms of how she's shaped up high. Probably get just a little bit frailer there in terms of her arm. But a sheep, I think, doesn't have many problems. Really stout, muscular one that comes in fourth here. Big in terms of her back. Got a lot of side turn to her leg. Big in terms of her chest and feature. Those stout pieces probably just don't fit together in quite the ladylike kind of look. Gets a little bit off there in terms of the center of her spine. Maybe just a little bit rounder and coarser in terms of her shoulder assembly, but some power pieces nonetheless. An intriguing one here in fifth, one that I struggled with. I think talk about a tall-shouldered one that's neck comes really high, one that's got some length of body, big, stout in terms of her feature. I think her silhouette is good. For the most part. The question for me, she's so big and is she going to be just bold enough and productive enough in her body, soft enough in her flank, and wide enough from stifle to stifle? I figured at this point, if she's not gotten there in terms of her maturity, she probably never will, and we just need to blow that one open in terms of the productivity of her to go with those extra pieces. We got to make the foundation first, though. A nice sheep top to bottom there in the 5. We got some stout ones here to round out the top 10. Let's put your hands together for a good top pair, though.
Thank you, Colby. Results of Class 6 commercial ewe lambs in 8th place. We've got Anna Bland from Leon County 4-H. 7th goes to Trace DeArmond from Hockley County 4-H. 6th was Hadley Holt from Hill County 4-H. In 5th place, we have Caitlin Etheridge from Cooper Lubbock FFA. 4th place goes to Bentley McKay from Moore County 4-H. 3rd place, Kristen Klein, Stephenville FFA. 2nd place, Hudson Hortz from Early FFA. And your class winner on class number 6 goes to Shep Silvers from Junction FFA. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 7 commercial ewe lambs.
We're on class 7 now. They go from 154 to 162. So we're getting a little bit bigger now. This is, you're going to see a little more frame, probably a little more toughness. And for sure, you're going to see a lot of difference in the amount of condition that they start to carry this class into the next class. he's made his initial pull on the walk, and now he's going to go back and handle him again and see if he's found something that intrigues him when he puts the touch to him.
Another reminder, if you've got friends, family back home that are able to attend the show today, the show is being live broadcast through Taylor Fort Broadcasting. If you can let your friends and family members back home, they can jump on San Antonio Stock Show's website and find all the links to get to the broadcast for both shows going on today. They're both up and running, and got some great images and feedback coming there on the commentators, and can keep along what's going on while they're still at the house.
Yeah, it sure is nice when they put this live screen on from all of our shows. Sure it helps us that maybe are my age and can't travel to all the shows, or we have kiddos that show every weekend because of showing more than one species, or showing females and then showing either wethers or steers, bears. We just can't make it to every one of the events. And then we still get to keep up with our kids or our grandkids and see what they're doing. He's pulled several out of the lineup, and now I imagine we're going to put them back on the walk and take one more look at them.
Those of y'all around ringside, if you would, please put your hands together. Let's congratulate these young folks on a nice set of lambs. Really high quality ones exiting the ring. Good job, young folks. Congratulations on a nice project. Just about got that first sort done, and then we'll bring them out and see what we got. Everything's really been running smooth here this morning. We got good help. Everybody's on point. Having a big time so far. Should have got some real nice looks at those as they came out of the holding pen.
Well, he's made his first pulls in this lineup. We got 8 left. Looks like it's getting pretty intense. The other thing you notice is we've got 7 bigger kiddos. There's lots of experience in these showers right here. And you can just see it in the way they've got those lambs just stopped in the ground, and they've got them the way they want them to set up, and they know exactly where they want their feet and legs. And been a lot of work going on at home getting to this point. It's a real treat to watch these kiddos that have a little more age, a little more maturity, a little more experience. It just really shows itself. There's really a great demonstration of showmanship right here. It's just really fun to watch these kiddos. You can just watch them and you know this isn't their first parade. At them from the front, try to get a valuation on how all of that fits together. I see those kiddos shake hands at the end of that class. That's the way it ought to be. It's all competition, but it's all friendly competition. fun to hear him talk about this top 5, because that's a really nice set of sheep right here on this top end. And those kiddos right there did an awesome job of showing and displaying them. This little lady on top, I mean, she just drove her lamb right into that spot. That's important.
Here in Class 7, I think a nice sheep to go ahead and start with, just adding up the totals. You look right there, not much you want to do different from that one. I think when you compare her to what's behind her, if we're going to get just a little bit critical, that one maybe wants to just deviate and drop there in her loin, and then a little bit higher, and she comes out of her tailhead. I think past that, that's an athletic one that's square and genuine in how she's built, fresh and productive enough in terms of her body, really impressive back shape, holds herself together and looks even better stuck. I think just pretty hard to pick a big hole in that one, so a nice one to go ahead and start with. I think the young man sheep in second was the most like her. That one's bold enough and just productive enough in her body and how she ties into her flank. I think she's plenty wide in terms of just the product, the massiveness that she has. Probably gets just a little bit rounder and plainer in how she's constructed. So that's why I had and slid her into second. Big scaled, stout featured kind of sheep here. I think one that's opened up in terms of her chest, and still her neck comes out high and good out of the top side of her shoulder. That one's really thin-hided and hard shaped. She maybe gets just a little bit rounder and rawer in terms of her edges, a little bit hollower back to her flank, and not probably just true enough there in terms of her toes. A nice one for third, though. An interesting sheep here in fourth. Sitting ringside, I'm sure you can get some good pictures of this sheep, because just probably from a silhouette and just proportion standpoint, I think standing outside of the ring, sheep looks pretty nice. To me, she's too short bodied. She's too up in terms of the angle of her shoulder. What really came down, though, you put your hands on that one, far too greasy, and you really question what's there. Nice sheep, just got to see her trimmed up. I think the blue sheep here in fifth is another one that's more athletic in terms of her body shape, really aggressive in terms of her back shape, one that's good in terms of her length of body and just proportions. She gets just a little bit too tight and up in terms of how she handles her hind leg. We need to loosen up that one's skeleton. A nice set here for the top 5. Really nice set top to bottom. Give the exhibitors a round of applause.
results of Class 7. In 8th place goes to Duke Kitchens from Vernon FFA. 7th place is Allie Phillips from Coleman FFA. 6th place, Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. 5th place goes to Addison Coleman from McLennan County 4-H. 4th place is Kyler Went from Brazos County 4-H. 3rd place is Rancher Jafuka from Miles County 4-H. Excuse me. 2nd place goes to Brody Fisher from Florence FFA. And winning Class 7 of commercial ewe lambs goes to Raylan Ward from West FFA. Now in the ring is Class 8 commercial ewe lambs.
Well, now we got Class 8 in the ring, and these vary from 163 to 190. So there's going to be some skeletal differences. There's going to be some condition differences. It'll make it quite interesting to see what happens here. He's already found 5 or 6 that are really tough right off the bat. Now I go through and evaluate all of them by hand. See what he thinks he's going to find here.
Thank you all for that round of applause. A really high quality set of sheep leaving the ring, but even better young folks there on those heads of those projects. Congratulations, young folks.
Well, now he's made his first choices. He'll be coming out in the ring again here in just a second. Well, as y'all can see, even on live screen, and you don't even have to be here to see how intense this has become. Man, the top end of this is going to be really interesting. Some pretty awesome showmen out here too. That's as interesting as what probably the sheep are. These kiddos here really understand their project, strengths and weaknesses, and they're really getting it done. It's fun to watch. Puts a little fella that's like the one up here on the front end at a disadvantage, but when they walk them, then that sort of evens out the playing field. But there isn't much doubt when you watch these bigger kiddos how they can just really stab one in the ground and just keep them there. And
No, I don't like that.
you know they have put a bunch of practice in on this deal.
That's like their fingerprint.
He's made some choices right now pretty quickly, but it's going to get a whole lot more intense here in a second. And as you can see, even on live screen, when there's 30 pounds of difference across the class, there's some difference in size and toughness and pounds. And pounds of product. can just see the intensity in these kiddos' faces and know just how much time and effort has gone into this and how much it means to them. And that's the way it ought to be. No free rides.
So many people in his way. That make up.
I bet there's going to be some hollering and screaming here in a minute when he figures out which one of these three is going to be first. Yep. That was really fun to watch that.
Well, I think dang sure fitting way to finish off the ULAM division here with this heavyweight class. Definitely, you know, one of the deeper classes I think we've seen today, at least what we have out here represented. Just go ahead and, you know, it took me some time, so I'll try to walk through these things as I see them. You know, the sheep that we're going to go ahead and use to win. I think the easy things is that's the big sheep who's pounds heavy and just absolutely massive in terms of her body shape, the width and just dimension she has from top to bottom, the forearm, the bone, the squareness, the width. So I see all those things and you know, like she's that stout, well, she's not going to look like a lady. I think you still get off of that thing, one that's super proportional in terms of how she's put together. She's probably better in terms of her underlying balance. I think maybe, you know, not just with that much power, not going to be just the flattest and freakiest in terms of her shoulder and neck, but still really, really right in it. So when you can't call that one coarse with all that power, when you still think she looks like a lady, you still think she's built right, she's big and sound and athletic for this weight, that's where we're going to go ahead and land. I think, you know, the sheep here in second is the one that I was trying to make the one that I thought would be my kind. She probably is just thinner and longer and flashier there about her neck. You know, I think she's probably a rib longer from her last rib back to her hind saddle, just a shot stretchier. But then you start to study her. I don't think that one's as stout in terms of her forearm. Dang sure not as genuine in her pins. For one that you want to make the good-looking one, she probably can still drop her chest relative to her flank when you set her out in motion. So really, really nice second place there, but and gave the young lady a nod. The sheep in third, I think, follows those nicely. She's probably never in contention to win, but I kept her out there just to evaluate. I think that one's pretty hard to put a major hole in. Built right, stout, a little bit just drier and tougher there in her skin. Probably just not the overwhelming mass that we have in the class winner. Not quite as good looking as the one in second, but definitely deserves, you know, some attention. Blue sheep here that comes out next, another kind of bigger sheep. I think when she puts herself together, you can call that one a pretty proportional sheep that's pretty wide and productive in terms of her rib. At times, you just wonder if she's maybe a little bit plainer and more mature and showing her age amongst this group. And then the one we have coming out here in fifth, definitely one that catches your eye. That's a high-headed, attractive one that's long and level in terms of her spine. She's got big stout feet and forearm and feature. You probably study that one in terms of the genuineness of her body and just the mass she has for this big of a sheep. She probably crashes a little bit between her heart and lower skeleton, not just quite bold enough and genuine enough there, but a nice set here, and like I said, a deep class top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, that class was really fun to watch. He ended up with a real bear up there on top. She'll be hard to circle around here in a little bit. That while ago concluded the ewe lamb classes, and now we'll be going to the 2 yearling classes. In the first class, there's going to be 30 pounds of difference in their weights, and certainly you're going to see some difference in condition. And then we're going to go to the heavier yearlings, and there'll be 50 pounds of difference in that class. This is the first of our yearlings, I guess. Probably some winter ewe lambs that just shed their teeth and just didn't get here with a full mouth of baby teeth, so now they're in the yearlings. Looks like we got about 5 Hampshires and 1 little Southdowne in here, so. He's got to place 3 out of this class, so he's sending them to the. He sent 2, and now I think he's sending the 3rd one to the scale. We got to see if their weights match and they qualify. Then I guess he'll dismiss the other 3. I don't know. It's up to him. But he places 3, and they sent 3 to the scale, so we'll see what happens. Well, it looks like they all matched and all qualified on the scale, so now we'll bring them around and put them on motion one more time and figure out what he's going to do. Well, he got those placed. Now they got to nose print these first 3 and make sure that all of them are correct. And then we'll hear him talk this class. There's certainly a couple of nice ewes up here on the top end. Like I say, they've probably just shed their teeth early and ended up in these yearlings, but sure didn't take anything away from the quality of this class.
We move up in age division, and I think still the young man's sheep here, really a nice one to win. That one still keeps some youthfulness and athleticism even at this age and weight. That one's right in terms of just the attractiveness and elevation that she has there in her front 1/3. Still wedges back in a correct and attractive fashion. Handles fresh and genuine in terms of her top shape. Nice one there to start. Pretty productive one in terms of her center body. Comes in second. I think she handles with some width and just mass up high. Probably a little bit plainer in terms of how she handles. Gets just a little bit frailer and more fragile at the surface, but a nice productive ewe nonetheless. I think pretty much pretty correct one. Just a kind of problem-free sheep here. Proportions up good enough, and I think has the width and body shape that's necessary. Nice one to round out the top 3, and a good set of 6 top to bottom. Let's put your hands together for this class, please, and these exhibitors.
Well, that concluded the first yearling class, and now the next yearling class will be coming in. That'll be class 10. And there's 50 pounds of weight difference in this next class, so I'm not sure exactly what we'll see, but there'll sure be some differences. I think we're back in action.
It looks like it, Norman. I'm back with you.
Well, they said that in the weight thing here says there's 60 pounds of difference. I can't see it. Something's missing.
Well, there's just one lightweight in the bunch. That's the thing. There's a good bit of difference in the weight of, except that one in the middle there is certainly not as heavy, I don't think. Of course, I missed a chicken once, 16 pounds, so I'm not too good at weights.
Yeah, I understand that.
Mm-hmm. Well, there were 5 in this class. Is that what there were? And we're going to place 3?
Right.
There's a unique colored one out here.
Preston was over there with Frank talking to goats. I think now he's out of breath.
Well, they're having a very strong goat show over there in the other ring as well, and some excellent quality animals. The judge is really doing a good job this morning, as we see here.
Made a decision about, are they going to take a break?
Well, next class up here, I think a good pair here towards the top. Ultimately, the young lady sheep, I think just a shot fresher in terms of her condition, a shot more athletic in terms of her lower body and just the shape of her neck and head. I think one that is still really lean and genuine in terms of her condition, and so the muscle shape she's got up high, that's real, true shape and touch and tone, and still I think silhouettes with a good look. So a nice sheep there. A good silhouetted one that comes in second too, I think, just in terms of the smoothness of her lines and the transition from her chest back to her flank to set to her hind leg. Looks really, really nice. That one gets just a little bit longer and just more mature in terms of her shoulder and blade there. Chest wants to drop out a little bit, just not as tucked up and round there in terms of her forerib, maybe a little bit chubbier in terms of her condition as well, but plenty of mass, no doubt. And then the sheep we have there in third, a sheep that's really productive in terms of her body, I think big and bold in terms of her rib, and so it facilitates some width up high, one that proportions right, maybe just a shot shorter in terms of the length of body, a little bit lower to the ground, but still I think part for part one that balances together and has some value. Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause.
Well, this will be the last class of the day. Here's the AGU class, class number 11, and of course there's going to be quite a variation in size in these because I think they can be any age. Some shows you can't show a ewe once she gets more than 6 big teeth, but I think here they let you show so they can be pretty well spread in age class. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got it. More variation in type. Some of that's related to breed in this particular group, and then some of that is related
Results
to
of Class
the
10 in
age.
third place was Miss Emily Peters. Second goes to James Schultz from Guadalupe County 4-H. And first place winner in that class was Journey Mathis from Willis FFA. Class 11 are aged commercial ewes are now in the ring.
the last class here of aged ewes, I think, round out the group, and a nice class winner here. Bold, productive kind of ewe who still's got a really, really good look for this age. You know, she's put together right, got some width, no doubt just adds up the totals. She's got a little bit of bark on her at this stage, and you know, we'd definitely like to see her leaner. I think just what we got out here, that's the one to go ahead and start with and do so. The young lady's here in second. I think that's one that's long and level and attractive and good in terms of her balance, good in terms of her structure. She gets just maybe a little bit on the leaner side, a little bit harsher there in terms of her shape back into her flank, but a nice correct sheep for second. Then one that's probably a shot bolder and wider and stouter is the one in third, but maybe as we get comparative between the two of them, one that's just a little bit rounder in her shoulder, kind of wants to just duck there in terms of the top side of her hip and not quite as attractive in terms of her hand leg. Some trade-offs there, second and third, a nice group top to bottom. Let's put your hands together for this group of kids.
catch up on the results out of Class 11 here while we're getting our champion drive exhibitors lined up here. In third place, we had Kayla Gossett. Second place was Kaylee Huth, and winning that class was Brody Fisher. So we still do need Kaylee's second place out of Class 11. Please come to the Make Ready Pen. All right, the moment that many of us have been waiting for is finally here, especially for our young exhibitors back here who are nervously chomping at the bit. We are ready for our Commercial U Champion Drive and Scholarship Presentation. We're going to go ahead and bring in our second place exhibitors. We're going to introduce those to y'all, and then we'll bring our first in and introduce them to you as well, too. Coming out of our first class this morning was second place was Harper Garrett from Columbus FFA. And don't be scared to give them a round of applause. They've worked hard. Class number 2 was Mackenzie Guerrero from Live Oak County 4-H. Third place was Sutton McMahon from Coleman County 4-H. Class 4 was James Schultz, Guadalupe County 4-H. Class 5, second place was Cason Wooten, Madison County 4-H. Class 6 was Hudson Hortz from Plano.
Hudson Howard's, yes, from.
It's not Plano
Class
East.
6.
Not Plano East, though.
Oh, that's what it said on there.
Yeah. She's from Early America. That's the wrong chapter there. So Hudson, congratulations. Class 7 was Brody Fisher from Florence FFA. Class 8 was Kylie Gregory from Montgomery County. Class 9 was Kinley Land from Brown County. Class number 10, second place was James Wilkes, from Schultz. And then class 11 was Kylie Huff from Victoria. Now for our first places. Out of class 1 was Pierce Lawhon from Nueces County 4-H. Class 2 was Callum Pruitt from Abbott FFA. Third place class winner was Bristol Fisher from Bell County 4-H. Winning class 4 was Kendall Harris, Deer Park FFA. Class number 5, Leighton Lawhon, the Nueces County 4-H. Class number 6 class winner was Shep Silvers from Junction FFA. Class 7 class winner is Raylyn Ward from West FFA. Class 8 was won by Corbin Garner, Leonard FFA. Class 9 is represented here at class winners, Hunter Isaacs, Freestone County 4-H, Can't read my own handwriting. Class 10 was Journey Mathis. Sorry, Journey, I couldn't read my own handwriting. Willis FFA, congratulations. And class 11 was Brody Fisher from Bell County 4-H. If y'all would, while Mr. Redifer is taking their look here at our champion drive, let's put our hands together one more time. Congratulate all of our exhibitors out here, plus all the ones that are back in the barn. Extremely large show and extremely high quality from top to bottom this year. So congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Also like to thank our judge again one more time today, Mr. Colby Redifer. Colby's a native of Blacksburg, Virginia, where he and his family raise and operate a club lamb and club goat operation. They market several high-quality lambs and goats all across the nation. Had a lot of success over the last few years. Colby is a graduate of Butler Community College, Texas Tech University as well, too. He's on the 2015 livestock judging team. Did his master's at Iowa State University and is currently working on his PhD there at Missouri. So we really appreciate Colby coming down and taking time sorting through our stock today, working with our young people. So if you would too, let's put our hands together and give him a little appreciation as well.
Well, Norman, here we are on the Grand Drive, and we might explain to some people that the ewes here that are in the first place position that are all vying for that grand champion honor, the winner, of course, will receive that scholarship, and I think that's valued at $10,000 now is what that scholarship is for. But there's a couple of ewes that where if you've been watching the live stream that they had a problem with, and so they were not able to continue to compete for whatever reason, we don't know.
Yeah, they don't give us all those signals. We just know that they're not back.
Sometimes those are a result of paperwork issues, and sometimes it's a result of some folks that maybe just didn't follow quite the rules, or you just never know what might have happened there.
It's still pretty intense lineup, though, we got over here.
Oh, this is a fantastic set of sheep, and of course, a even better set of young exhibitors. This is a tribute to what the real world is. We've still got great kids everywhere you look. If we just and the greatest ones are usually involved in this program. I'll tell you. I always said I really enjoyed having my youngsters participate in 4-H and FFA because they were associating with the best kids from all over the state, and I think I still believe that, and will forever.
Yeah, my dad always said you'd be no better than those you surround yourself with.
That's true. Well, I think when you see that group walk around, you can tell that this young man has been consistent today with what he's looked for. And there's some minor differences in some of those sheep, but still they fit his type, and they're very consistent, very excellent sheep. Most of those sheep are really athletic in the way they get around. A few are a little different. It's interesting out here in this grand drive. We've got boys, we've got girls, we've got big kids, we've got little kids. That tells me he's judging sheep and not judging exhibitors. So I always enjoy seeing that.
Yeah, we've gotten to see some real good showmen today in this little deal.
We surely have.
All right, everybody. I want to welcome you all to the 74th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Welcome you all out here to this Grand Champion Junior Commercial Ewes Drive. My name is Ryan Coble. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Livestock Committee out here. We want to congratulate all of our exhibitors for all their efforts and achievements. We know not every exhibitor's in the ring right now, but we know that they put many months of work and effort into their projects, and they're out here and we all learn from it. We're making these youth better for tomorrow. We want to give a special thank you to our Breeding Sheep and Goat Committee, led by Miss Audra Schultz and Dr. Edward Dick. We also want to thank all the parents, family members, educators, and advisors who gave so much of their time and support for these young people. Our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication and efforts of our 6,000 volunteers, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to the Texas youth. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment is more than $243 million. Right here, y'all are fixing to witness. We're going to add one of these young people to that, and we're going to give away another $10,000 scholarship right now. So without further ado, we're going to turn the mic over to our judge, Mr. Colby Redford, and he's going to give us a few words, and he's going to go out there and pick our scholar.
Thank you, sir.
Well, as we get them all back out here, just real quick, need to say thank yous to everyone, the large crew that we had running this thing and making it work today, the ones back in the office. When Dr. Ferris called me there a while back, was super excited about the opportunity. The guys working ringside, the guys and ladies working ringside did an awesome job. Some people that I've grown up with and known for a lot of my life, and people that I truly respect. So a great group here that puts this on. So put your hands together for them first, would you please? Just to echo some of the sentiments that we heard just a minute ago, a great group of exhibitors here that are representing all of the exhibitors that we had come out through today, and a quality set of sheep that they brought with them. It's been fun to work with them. It's been a while since I was to be able to be on that side, but I'd sure hand the mic over to one of you guys if I could get back out in the ring or work in the barn with my brothers another time. So don't take it for granted. Have fun and make it a good family experience. Those of you that are seniors and going to turn the page will then just be able to give back in another way. But it's been a pleasure to work with all of you, and so my hat's off to the exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause. A nice set of sheep we have out here, really, really high quality, top to bottom. Maybe we've got 26, I believe, sheep out here, and a group that I'm proud of. I wanted to just emphasize perfecting build and maternal quality and look and packing as much power onto it, and really pleased with the group of them that we have out here to represent them. Just one man's opinion, and it's a big decision for me, and I'll show you the ones I like. There's a lot of them that deserve it, here and back in the barn. $10,000 decision on the line. If I was telling you I wasn't a little bit nervous, I'd be lying. But only because, I think you should be a little nervous. Just hope it shows that I care and I tried my best all day. I'll show you the two I like, but let's put your hands together for an awesome group of exhibitors, awesome group of sheep.
I hope you take to heart the words that the young man just said, as well as our volunteer chairman as well. They've dedicated a tremendous amount of time to these kiddos. And there's a happy young man. And Norman says maybe Mom is even happier. Well, it's been certainly good to be with you this morning on the live stream for the
Congratulations to our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Commercial Ewes. Grand Champion goes to Shep Silvers from Junction FFA out of class number 6. The Reserve Grand Champion was Corbin Gardner from Leonard FFA out of class number 8. Congratulations to both of you young men. Congratulations to all you exhibitors today, and nice high-quality set of sheep. I think our judge certainly had a smile on his face several times as he's walking through them sheep. So congratulations to all you exhibitors. Congratulations to all you breeders. Nice set of sheep, and we'll look forward to seeing many of you back out here later on this weekend, next week during the Market Lamb Show, and hopefully next year again at the Commercial Youth Show. Junior breeding sheep exhibitors, we will take a 20-minute break here. It is approximately 12:10. So we will plan to start the Junior Breeding Sheep Show back at 12:30. We'll start with the Southdown ewe lambs, and we will start with the odd-numbered ear tags going off your validation tag at 12:30. So odd-numbered validation tags, Southdown ewe lambs, you will be up first.
Well, as we sign off here for the Commercial U class, I hope that you'll return and join us again at 12:30 for the live stream of the Breeding Sheep Show. And congratulations again to young Mr. Silvers and to his family, and outstanding show for us today.
Well, now we're going to get into the junior sheep show event this afternoon. We're starting with the South Downs, as you can see. And there's a pretty big bunch of them to start off with. That's a nice way to begin the breeding sheep show this afternoon. That should be a lot of fun.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we get started here with our registered junior breeding sheep show this afternoon, we've got our odd-numbered South Down ewe lambs in the ring. I'd like to go ahead and introduce our judge for this afternoon, Mr. Randy Pirtle from Copeland, Oklahoma. Randy currently operates a sheep operation there in Oklahoma. He's a retired administrator with Oklahoma State University Extension. He's been married to his lovely wife, Susan, for 40 years. They have 2 daughters, one is a veterinarian, the other is a teacher. They got 4 grandchildren. The entire family is involved in sheep operations in some capacity. They raise, show, merchandise 5 different breeds of sheep. Randy has a Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science and a Master of Science as well in Education, both from Oklahoma State. Randy enjoys working with young folks in junior livestock shows, watching the Dallas Cowboys, and hanging out and some vacation in New Mexico and other sporting events as well too. So, if you would please, let's put our hands together and let's thank Mr. Randy Pirtle for coming down from Oklahoma and sorting through our sheep this afternoon.
I suppose most of y'all could have heard that introduction a while ago. That's Mr. Pirtle, Randy Pirtle from Oklahoma is going to judge the breeding sheep this afternoon. And like I said, this is the first wave of the South Down ewe lambs. This is the odd numbers, I think, and then we'll come up with the evens and make another run. All these breeding sheep have been validated back there in October. All of it will be exhibited in this junior show this afternoon. And like I say, this is the first wave. There's be another half of these South Downs in a minute. Well, he's on his final look in this group. He'll go up and down this line and just try to make sure he hasn't left one out here that needs to be over there in the holding line. Yeah, he found one already. Gonna put her in the keep line.
If y'all would please around the ring here, let's put our hands together for some exhibitors that are exiting the ring here. Very large, very competitive class, high quality sheep from top to bottom there. So congratulations, young people, on a nice set of sheep.
Now we're going to bring in all the even-numbered Southdown ewe lambs. Now this is his final look at all those that came in the even numbers. I think so far in the even numbers he's picked about 10 or 12 out. 10, 4, 8. I guess he's got 11 so far. It's all pretty intense, so he'll have to still take out a whole bunch. Okay, he's fixing to dismiss this group that's sort of in the middle of the ring that he's congratulating and shaking hands with.
Those around the ring here, if you would, please, let's put our hands together for the set of exhibitors that exit the ring as well, too. Another high-quality set of sheep and young people exiting the ring. Congratulations, young folks.
Now, once these are dismissed, he'll bring out the odds that are over there in the holding alley, and we'll begin again. That's going to put him about 25, I think, out there in the ring to resort. now you can see we still got a ring full. So now I suppose we'll start again and see what he decides, whether he's going to pull from the bottom or if he'll pull from the top. Well, that tells you he's going to pull out the ones that he likes. When he's all said and done, he's got to have 10 for sure that we're going to give awards to. So, see how it shakes out. I think he's pulled 8 already. Of course, like a while ago, I mean, once they're in here, they're still going to check the validation, and they're going to check the ear tags and the nose print, the shearing job, make sure it's all kosher. The littlest lamb in here is bigger than the ones that we showed when I was a kid. I've got a hunch we're going to dismiss those that are on the outside of the ring, and then we'll...
Those that are out of the ring, if you don't mind, let's put our hands together again for these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Now he's asking them to lead out, and I think we'll end up putting them over here and putting them on the profile again, where he can study them and find the one that he really likes, although I think he's already found her. Well, he's down to 5 now. I think 4 of them are playing for second. got to decide who he's going to put second and third. No surprise there. So now you can see we're getting the nose prints, checking validations, and then Dr. Podol he'll get on there and talk.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you today. I apologize. Took me a little longer in that group. I misunderstood. Thought we had two classes, so that's why I was pulling quite a few there initially. But this is a really, really, really deep breed, and certainly would expect that when I come to Texas, and never disappoints me in terms of the quality and the Southdown breed in this state. And certainly today is just really unbelievable. You know, out of all this many head in this particular division, I will say this young man's ewe lamb here, when he entered the ring, just had that presence, just that eye appeal, and just that stature that said, this is a good one. And, you know, I would take argument on my top five and sort them a lot of different ways, but I would argue quite a bit on this class winner. I think she's just really, really nice. She's big boned, she's big footed, she's so correct in her skeletal makeup. You get over her top line, folks, this is a tremendous ewe. Not only is she correct and level in her skeletal makeup, she is wide and thick all the way from her blades to her hip, and carries that with a tremendous amount of muscle. And having said how thick she is, man, she glides around the rings, very athletic in her movement. Congratulations, young man. Nice class winner. I think second through fifth, you know, I kind of had in my mind a number of different ways. I thought the second place ewe lamb, particularly when she gets out on the move, she's really good and elevated in her front end. I like her neck set. I like her flank line, and we put her on a side view profile. I think she's plenty good in that aspect. Young man just ran out of gas compared to my class winner in this particular alignment, particularly out through that hip. I like this girl's rack. I like her loin. Just like to make her just a notch wider in her pin set. That's a really, really nice ewe lamb to stand second. Third place is one that, man, young lady, I told you, this is a cool looking ewe from side view. She runs uphill. I love her chest. I love her flank line. I love her neck set. Just not enough of her, particularly up high the top for skeleton as compared to the two stand above her. This is a really, really nice ewe that probably most anywhere in the country would be an easy champion. Congratulations. Ewe lamb here in fourth grew on me and grew on me and grew on me, young lady. There's really, really, I hate to use this term, but she's very complete. She's very good in her balance. She's very good in her lines. Just not enough substance to her, particularly out through her hip as compared to some of them that stand above her. Young lady's got one here next that was kind of intriguing, and when I got him on the move, I finally made my mind up. I love this girl on side view. Young lady, you do a nice job of getting her presented. But when I get her on the move, she gets a little piecey to me, particularly off those rear two legs. Maybe correct her just a nickel there as we watch her track around the ring. Maybe it gets a little easier in her top line when we put her on the move too. But you get her on a standstill, and she's really, really cool. I like her neck. I like her front end. Just balances up nice. Just to change her in a few minor aspects when we get her on the move. Great class. Great way to get it started. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation. Good job. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Well, as you saw, that first one dominated that class, and that's what he said when he talked it. That was a beautiful set of lambs. Real compliment to all of our Southdown enthusiasts to have a class like that to begin our breeding sheep show. Now we're going to bring in the yearling Southdown Ewes. That's the next class this afternoon. I guess we have only one in this class, but that's a pretty good one.
Single entry here, no doubt one that could stand a lot of competition. Real maternal appearing kind of female one. It's got big in her rib cage, got a big old wide top to her, a lot of width and dimension working for her from front to rear. Let's give this young lady a big hand if you would, please.
Now we brought in the age
Catch us up on some results out of our Southdown breed right quick. Out of the ULAM class, we had over 55 entries in that class, a very large class again this year, so congratulations to all of you. In 10th place was Katie Savage from Birdville Center of Technology. 9th place, bear with us, it's a long 2-page list here. Ninth place was Blake Hall from Williamson County 4-H. 8th place was Rayla Byer from Gillespie County 4-H. 7th place goes to Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. 6th place is Olivia Calhoun from Chapel Hill FFA. 5th place goes to Avery Walton, Eastland FFA. 4th place, Hadley Manor from Gillespie County 4-H. 3rd place went to Heather Hurley, Grapevine FFA. 2nd place was Emerson Gardner from Leonard FFA. And winning our ULAM class was Jacob Connor from Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to all of y'all. In our 2-2 or yearling Southdown class, our class winner was Sophia McLean from Goldwood FFA. We now have our age Southdown ewes in the class.
Well, now in this aged ewes, we're going to place five of these. He's putting them on the profile. This will be his first sort. It's just a really nice, very exceptional set of aged ewes.
fellas down in the ring. Let's put our hands together for the exhibitors as they exit. Congratulations, young folks, on a nice set of sheep.
A nice class here. A lot of differences in this particular class, and you'd expect that as we up that maturity level on these girls. And this ewe lamb that wins this particular lineup is one that I'll be the first to tell you, that's not what I envisioned winning this class when they first came in. But she grew on me the longer she was out here. And then when I get my hands on this ewe, she handles with a lot of substance. She handles with quite a lot of touch and certainly one that I really appreciate her and the way she's so lean, but yet she's so smooth, so good in her skeletal lines, really good up there, the angle of her shoulder. I like her a lot in terms of her neck set. Super long bodied, super extended from that last trip back. Is she perfect? No, I changed some things about her. I've got actually one standing right behind her that's probably quite a lot wider and more dimensional over her loin, but I think this ewe lamb that wins this class is quite a lot leaner than my ewe that is in second. I don't try to get too hung up on fat condition of some of these more mature ewes, but I do also realize it certainly makes a difference. It certainly helps smooth them out and smooth them in their pattern. We've got Southdowns at our house, and we showed yearling Southdowns this year, and I know how tough it is to keep these girls together and still handle fresh but not be too heavy condition. They certainly do well and perform well, and it's really tough to keep that special touch, and that's where this ewe lamb that wins this deal is certainly really good. The one here in second is I've already kind of led you to believe is probably the one that I was going to go with all along. One that I like the appearance of her. She's super long from flank to flank. She's good in her flank line. Just change her just a nickel in relation to probably maybe prop her up just a nickel more at her shoulder. She has a tendency when she gets moving around the ring, maybe not quite as angular up there front end as what my class winner was. Certainly not as long necked as my class winner, and she's also carrying quite a lot more condition than my class winner. But young lady, this is a really high quality ewe. Congratulations in this particular lineup. Third place is one that certainly kind of created some problems for me. I like her a lot. She gets a little flatter in her rib cage, if you will, compared to her two contemporaries that stand above her. Maybe not quite as descriptive in terms of her shape out through her hip and down through her leg as the two stand above her. But this is a really high quality ewe here in this particular class. Folks, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these kiddos, if you would, please. Great, really nice class.
Well, that completed the aged ewes, and so now they'll bring back the first ones out of each class, and I'm just assuming, a pick a champion Southdown.
Results of our age Southdown U class. Fifth place goes to Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Fourth goes to Jacob Connor, also from Gillespie County 4-H. Third goes to Hudson Hortz from Early FFA. Second goes to Audrey Carr from Randall County 4-H. And winning our age class was Brendan Carr, also from Randall County 4-H. We're now ready for our grand champion Southdown drive. Got all of our ewes lined up back here, and we'll get them trotted in and get us a Southdown champion.
Yeah, that's the 5 out here that are going to be looked at. The 3 over here on the west side of the ring, that's the ones that are in contention right now for the champion, although I don't think that's any contention. Looks pretty simple.
Well, we get to those class winners and those in those classes where we had seconds out here in our champion drive. I'm certainly very pleased with them. Really outstanding lineup. Folks, let's put our hands together and congratulate our Southdown exhibitors today. It's a really, really deep breed, and particularly in that ewe lamb class where we had such large numbers, certainly just tremendous quality throughout all of our classes. I'm going to make this pretty quick. If you can tell, I was pretty fond of those girls that came out there in that first particular class, and I'm going to stick with that. My 2 ewe lambs are going to be champion and reserve today. Just outstanding individuals. Congratulations, young people.
That was pretty cut and dried. Looks like next we'll have the Suffolk breed. We'll start with the Suffolk ewe lambs just here in a second.
Some quick results, and congratulations to our champion and reserve champion Southdown U this year, our 2023 junior show. Jacob Connor had our champion Southdown U, and Emerson Garner had our reserve champion U. Congratulations to both of you. Now in the ring is our Suffolk ewe lambs. We are looking for our Suffolk two-teeth and aged Suffolk ewes to come to the make-ready pen.
Well, now we got all the Suffolk ewe lambs in here, and he's making his first look through them and attempt to see what he likes. Now I think they're going to lead out and put him on the profile. And once he gets him like that, I think then he'll start to make his selection for his top end. That'd be my guess. Looks like he's looking for one more. I think we got to play 6 in this division. Well, if you're going to make your afternoon, my running buddy
If
came
you will,
back.
please let's put our hands together and congratulate these young exhibitors on a nice set of sheep as they exit the ring.
Well, it's Norman. It's good to rejoin you here. I see that we're on the Suffolk breed. Didn't get a chance to talk much about the South Downs, obviously, and I wanted to give folks a little bit of the history of some of these breeds and how they were developed and things like that. The South Down is historically one of the most important of the British breeds of sheep. And of course, initially they were valued for fleece and for meat and for the improvements of other breeds. South Down was developed in the southeastern England, specifically in the chalk hills of the South Downs of Sussex. It's a mild climate, fertile soil region. The South Down was the oldest of the down breeds, it originated from native sheep in that particular region. It was actually developed by a gentleman named John Ellman in that particular area. And interestingly, the South Down is probably involved in the development of almost every other breed of the British type breeds of sheep. They're the background for the South Down for the Suffolk class that we're actually on right now, for the Hampshires, and so most of the breeds that were developed in the British region can be traced back to the South Down. Now we're in the Suffolk breed, and it's also a British breed of sheep. They're a result of crossbreeding the Norfolk Horn Ewe with South Down rams. And Norman and I were talking about how the Suffolks have changed over the years. When we were kids, there were a lot of Suffolks shown in weather classes and things like that. And they, of course, were all slick-headed with black legs, and those were slick. They didn't have any wool on those, and now we've seen a bit of an evolution in the breed. Some of the breed character has changed considerably, and I guess it's an accepted part of the breed now, but certainly a difference in what that breed used to appear to us. And the South Downs are very much the same. They were at one point were a very small breed of sheep, and I think it's been said that if you return to that area where they were developed, those sheep are still very moderate in size. And we, of course, have kind of Americanized them here, as we do with so many things. Norman, what age class are we on here? Are these yearlings or are age ewes? So this is actually our lamb class, and as an extension agent in West Texas. Of course, when I moved to Sutton County in 1979, there were about 60,000 sheep in Sutton County, and those were all basically Rambouillet sheep. But there were quite a few Suffolk-type rams, and as well as Hampshires, which we'll see in a little bit, that were used in crossbreeding to raise heavier lambs. And of course,
really
all
nice
of those,
class
that
of
was
Suffolk
terminal
lambs
cross.
here. A lot of differences, folks. I know ringside, you can tell that not only is there a lot of differences in terms of size, but even type and kind. And this ewe lamb that wins this class kind of caught my eye when she came in the ring. Just has that ring presence. Just from the skeletal makeup, kind of hard to make a Suffolk ewe lamb any better than this one. She's tall at the point of her shoulder. I like the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder with her neck set. She's got a good Suffolk head about her. She's one that really, as you transition her and follow her down her top line, she's got a big old rack. She's actually, believe it or not, probably one of the longer loined ewe lambs of our top three. I know we don't talk about hind saddle a lot anymore, but she's long hind saddle. She's long loined. Certainly appreciate that about her. And yet when you stand out away from her and watch her move, she's very athletic on the move. She kind of struts around the ring. She knows she's pretty good. As you get into this second place ewe lamb, one that I really thought could be my class winner for a long time. She's a little bigger, a little more productive in her appearance today. Certainly pounds heavier than my class winner. But yet when you actually get your hands on this ewe lamb, she actually measures shorter from her last trip back than the class winner. It was kind of shocking. It's not one, that's why we handle sheep. Sometimes will kind of shock you, and she's one that certainly did. If you just looked at her from a phenotypic standpoint outside of the ring, you're probably saying, man, she looks long. She is long from flank to flank, but she's not as long loin. I'm not saying she's short loin, but she is shorter loin than my class winner. But this is a really, really, really cool ewe lamb here in second. Third place is one that, young man, I kind of initially had her a little further down, and you worked your way up, and one of the reasons you did is just from sheer balance and completeness. One that really is good and smooth in her lines. She's very correct in her lines. She balances up good. Is she the most striking in her pose from the side view compared to the two that stand above you? Not so much. She could probably be a little more striking, a little taller at the point of her shoulder, certainly in this particular breed. But certainly one I think you have to really appreciate her overall balance and structural integrity. As we get on down in the class, we find some ewe lambs that have one that was a little rounder hip than what I term idea, one that was a little shallower in the rear flank, but certainly a really nice top six in this particular group. Let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation, if you would, please.
As a guy that's been around a while, it's refreshing to me to see a judge talk about length of hind saddle and length of loin, length of hip in one, as Judge Pirtle just did. That hind saddle is measured from the last rib back, and that's of course the really valuable cuts in the carcass, and so it's an important part.
Results of our Suffolk ewe lamb class. In fifth place, we had Hudson Hortz from Early FFA. Fourth place went to Stormy Stevens, Cross Plains FFA. Third place was Case Rogers, Chapel Hill FFA. Second place was Harper White, Johnson City FFA. And winning our ULAM class in the Suffolk Division was Holden White from Johnson City FFA. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, we got a single entry here, so hard to get any argument out of this one, that's for sure, because she is a nice ewe lamb, one that could certainly stand a lot of competition. Big, productive, maternal-looking kind of female, one that's got a big old rib cage in her, big, nice top about her. Good job, young lady. Let's put our hands together and congratulate her, if you would, please.
Congratulations to Candy Sell, our class winner in our two-tooth Suffolk U class.
had 1 yearling ewe, and so now we're in the aged ewe class in the Suffolk division.
Well, as we end our Suffolk classes here, I think we got a bit of a challenge in this yearling class. Got all different types and sizes and configurations here, but I do think that in my mind I'm landing with one that wins this class. It's certainly very complete and good balance. I think she's really stout in her bone makeup, really good in her foot size, and yet you get to the top half of her skeleton and she's big, wide, and certainly descriptive down her top. I like that about her. She's level hip. She's got, I think, an adequate front end in terms of femininity. There's some people would argue she could be maybe just a nickel more feminine at their blades, but one that I certainly appreciate in this particular group is their overall balance and configuration. Let's come in here in a second. We've got one that's super good in its balance, super good in its flank line. Yeah, I mean, I just like to see her run uphill a little more. She gets a little lower at the point of her shoulders as compared to my class winner, but one that certainly if we could change that and change maybe her neck set ever so slightly by making her taller fronted, I think certainly you could really run with the class winner quite a lot closer. Third is a bit of a challenge for me. I love this young lady. Just like to stouten her features up just a nickel. She gets a little refined in her bone, and probably even more so than that. When you get on the top of her, she kind of gets a little less descript as they go out of her hip from her hooks to her pins, but really, really nice ewe lamb here. Just stouten her up and certainly change that out of her hip, and I think she could sure run with 2 and 1 in this particular class. Nice class. Let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation, please.
Results of our aged U class. Third place was Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. Second place went to Cade Dockery from Slater FFA. And our class winner was Reese Hill from Chapel Hill FFA. We're now ready for our Suffolk Champion Drive. Congratulations. Good luck to everybody. Congratulations to all the exhibitors so far.
Well, entering the ring now, of course, are the class winners for the champion drive of the champion Suffolk year of the show.
folks, I'm really pleased with this lineup. Show these kids your appreciation, if you would, please, in the Suffolk Drive. You know, probably of all the breeds that we talk about, the Suffolk breed may have made as many differences over the past decade or two as any breed, and I say that because we emphasize bone and we emphasize a lot of other things, particularly shag, and a lot of divisions in the weather division, and certainly that's not what the Suffolk breed never was. Just huge, massive bone, and certainly they never had a lot of shag because they were slick haired. And I see that when I go around the country, and it's we're trying to modify that a lot, and it's so humbling to come and find a set of Suffolk sheep that actually look like Suffolk sheep, and I applaud you for that. You look at the heads on these, I think for the most part, as we looked at them as they came through the ring, they're good-headed, they've got a good shape to their head, their ear shape is good, and I know when you look at the rest of the body, which is ultimately what we're going to spend 99% of our time doing as judges, then I'm really pleased with the way they look, and I'm really pleased with my champion reserve. I think they look like Suffolk sheep. They're just really cool in their skeletal makeup. They've got a ton of muscle shape about them. They're sheep that are still elegant fronted, feminine fronted, like Suffolk sheep have always been kind of known for. They're feminine. They still glide around the ring. They're good in their chest. They're good in their flank line. Folks, these ewe lambs are really, really good. They're both going to be champion reserve. Congratulations.
Well, the ewe lambs have won again, and from my view here, this little Suffolk ewe lamb that won this show just as again, I think that the design of that head and the shape of that head, they show us some real Suffolk breed character, and that's good. And we're going to move now to the Hampshire breed, and of course the Hampshire breed is another of these British breeds. It was originated in Hampshire, England. The Hampshire Down or Hampshire breed is a breed that resulted in 1829 from the crossbreeding of South Downs with the
Results of our
Hampshire
champion
breed.
Suffolk Drive. Sisters winning it back-to-back here. Holden White has our champion Suffolk, and Harper White had our reserve. Congratulations, young ladies.
And as I said earlier, this breed has been a very popular meat breed
Another
for
reminder
years.
to those of y'all around the ring, we do have the show being live webcast day with Taylor Fort Broadcasting. You can jump on San Antonio's website and get the links to the shows there. Spread the word back home to any of your friends or family members that couldn't travel down today and be with us at San Antonio. Let them know about the live stream links. Jump on there and be able to watch their favorite kiddo get around the ring today and support them from the home.
As I said earlier, this Hampshire breed, as well as the Suffolks, were used extensively in crossbreeding in the real sheep-producing regions of the state of Texas that basically had all fine wool sheep or Amblay sheep, Delane sheep, but they used these as sire breeds to raise those big, heavy lambs that would certainly outweigh the regular fine wool breed of lamb, and those were all terminal crosses. Ram lambs, ewe lambs, everything went to market, and of course went to slaughter. Judge Pirtle made a comment about the shag in these sheep. That's something that's kind of come along in recent years. A lot of emphasis on that, and he noted that the Suffolk breed doesn't have much of that. You'll see when we get to the Dorpers and white Dorpers, of course, they have no leg wool at all. But in today's world, a lot of judges emphasize that. Norman always has some special things to say about shag.
When I saw some of these come in, I thought we were at the Westminster Dog Show.
Yeah, and they spend a lot of time on it. It's
wasted time.
You know, Norman, I've never tasted any of it. These are meat breeds. I've never eaten any of that. I'm not going to try it either. I'm not brave enough.
Well, if they were out there where we were, there'd be enough horehound in it and cuckleburrs you wouldn't get to eat it.
Well, that's true.
Time day.
Yeah. After lunch, I crashed.
Yeah. You know, when I retired,
those around the ring, if you don't mind, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young exhibitors on a nice set of sheep here as they exit the ring.
Well, Norman and I were just talking off air here. We'd like to start a flock with these that are exiting the ring right now. It's just amazing how deep the quality is in this breed of sheep.
Yeah, there was some in there that maybe doesn't come up to the size or scale maybe that he wants them to, but boy, would they be fun to play with. And I know something else, that if we get this many good ones out of this next division, it is going to be intense.
It's going to be pretty wild.
Yep. Because this is just the first round. I think this is the odds right here.
Well, I knew this breed wouldn't disappoint us in quality.
Not hardly.
those of you out of the ring, if you would, let's put our hands together. Congratulate this set of young folks as they exit the ring.
Well, now we've got all of them back out here that have been selected out of the 2 drives. And he'll go in here now and find the ones he likes, I guess, and put them in the center of the ring like we did in the downs, and then we'll work them again. But this is the first selection out of the 2 drives all combined here, and we'll see what we get.
if you will. Let's put our hands together as these additional exhibitors exit the ring. Another real large class. The Hampshire breed this year was our largest breed by total numbers. So extremely competitive class, high quality sheep from top to bottom. So congratulations to all the Hampshire exhibitors so far in this ewe lamb class for a really nice set they brought to us.
Well, we're down to these last 5, and that's a pretty good lineup right there to be looking at.
Yes, sir. These are rare meat animals right here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they are good.
Down to these 3.
I think he's studying his lesson, Norman.
Yeah, he's thinking what compares to that one.
Yep.
Yeah, those last 3 were just awfully good.
You know, and this is a breeding sheep show, and when we think about breeding sheep, I think this ewe he's got up here in the front, that's a productive-looking female to me.
Yeah. And she's got, like we were talking a while ago, she's got the best head of any sheep in that class, too.
Yeah, that Hampshire breed character about her is just...
Well, folks, that class was a lot of fun. You know, been doing this long enough, as the old saying goes, it's a whole lot more fun to judge good ones. And is it challenging? You bet. Do you make a lot of enemies? Probably. But I will guarantee you, when it is a lot of fun when you see this kind of quality, this kind of depth, tremendous class, some arguable placings. I'll be the first to tell you. But I would argue for quite some time on my class winner. The class winner, huge bone, huge footed. One that you get your hands on this gal over her top. She handles incredibly well, very firm to the touch, and from a skeletal aspect, in a purebred breeding show, it's really hard, I think, to be too critical of her in too many places. Is she perfect? No. No, there's never been a perfect one, but, you know, she gets a little lazy in her top line, young man, when she gets on the walk sometimes. You get her over here on the side view, you get on her. I think she's plenty good in that aspect. I like her length of loin. I like her length of hip. I like her round rib cage. But what I'm most impressed is when I stand back away from her, she's impeccable on her flank line. She's good in her chest force. She's good out of her neck. Her neck comes out of her shoulders. Just a really, really, really nice kind of ewe. Second and third, in my opinion, made it really, really tough on you, though. Second is one that may actually meet the hands a little better over the top half for skeleton than my class winner. Just not the length, certainly not the length from flank to flank, and certainly not the length of loin. But this is a really, really, really good handling, good-looking sheep here in second. One that has really good lines about her as well. Kind of hard to be too critical of her flank line. She's good in her chest force. She's good in her rear flank in terms of her symmetry from the side view. You love it. Could she be a nickel taller at the point of her shoulder? Sure. As I said, there's never been a perfect one. But she is really, really good. Probably the crowd favorite, and I know over here at the desk, they were talking about this and here in third. Yep, she's got all the bells and whistles. She's got all the shag. Love her. from that aspect. And she is a really, really good sheep. She just doesn't have the spotlights going on. She's actually, you really look at her, she's really good. But in my opinion today, she gets a little shorter hipped, and she gets on the go. She maybe gets a little rounder because she is a little shorter hipped. She's also a little less descript in terms of her muscle shape down to the center, lower 1/3 of her leg, compared to her two contemporaries that stand in front of her. She's a good one, young lady. She's flat, a good one. And certainly a one that really has a striking view from the side view profile. You know, fourth place is one that, in most any place in the country, you'd be hard-pressed not to use this sheep in a class. And she's good. She's really good. But when you start really comparing her, she gets a little plainer looking. I'm not saying she's plain and not good. I'm just saying she just doesn't have the bells and whistles that the three stand above her do. She gets a little flatter in terms of maybe her rib cage than the three stand above her. Is she devoid of muscle over her top? No, absolutely not. Just like they probably just changed her just a nickel, particularly up to the point of her shoulder, make her taller when she gets on the move. She's kind of like my second place one. Certainly, I'm a big fanatic, and certainly if I can get them tall fronted, I'd love to. Young lady, you got a good one here. Big problem with this one, in my opinion today, kind of falls apart on the move. Kind of comes to me in pieces. You get that sucker set. She's really good from the side view. Plenty of muscle, good balance. Get her on the move. She tends to get a little easy in her spine. Maybe not quite as level out through her top, and certainly not as level out through her hip as the four that stand above you. But this is a good sheep. Folks, this is a good class. This is a lot of fun. A lot of good ones here. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these kiddos, if you would, please. Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, good sheep. Good job. Good job, young lady.
Thank you.
We'll get you your results of that ULAM class here in just a few seconds. But next up, we have our two-tooth Hampshire Ewe class, two-tooth Hampshire Ewes. If you are a Hampshire Ewe with two teeth and you're not here yet, this is your final call. Your class is about to go in the ring. Results of our Hampshire ULAM class, another really large class, so congratulations to all the exhibitors in that particular age division. In 10th place was Rayleigh Byer from Gillespie County 4-H. Ninth place goes to Kyler Went from Brazos County 4-H. 8th was Avery Denton, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Seventh is Leighton Lawhorn from Nueces County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Emerson Garner, Leonard FFA. Fifth place goes to Emily Gallam from New Caney FFA. Fourth place is Connie Land, Brown County 4-H. Third place goes to Alyssa Faust from Lampasas FFA. Second is Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Your class winner for your Hampshire ewe lambs is Kate Arnold from Waller FFA.
We're now in the yearling Hampshire ewes. Looks like about 9 of these in this class.
Yeah, he'll place 3 or 4. I don't know exactly, but we'll figure it out, I guess. There's a couple of good ewes in there, but this ain't as intense as that ewe lamb class.
No, never is. And of course, these medium wool breeds, Hampshires and Suffolks and things, there's usually not very many in that yearling class because it just doesn't fit at this time of year for them to have 2 teeth. So,
well, you know, these are probably ewe lambs that lost a tooth.
Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah,
a week ago they could have been in another class.
Yeah.
I like it right
there. You got to move.
Well, nice set of yearlings. Got a really nice place to start off with in this particular class. One that really has a striking view from a side view. I like that about her from a standpoint of being a showy kind of ewe, classy appearing kind of ewe in terms of her structural makeup. She certainly is. She's really tall fronted. Like the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. Really good over the top half for skeleton. If you want to change her just a nickel out through, make her just deeper in the rear flank as relation to her chest floor. But this is a really, really cool dude here. Really has a lot of nice things about her. And second is one that gets a little plainer as compared to my class winner. Maybe not quite the bells and whistles, but yet fundamentally a very sound ewe. One that is very good in her rib cage, really good in terms of her width and dimension of the top half for skeleton. Maybe one that maybe just rise up just a nickel there at the point of her shoulder as compared to my class winner, but a really nice sheep. Third place does have that extra elevation at the point of her shoulder, and really good in the way she comes out of her shoulder into her neck. Just like to make more of her, young lady, compared to the ones that stand above her. From a side view, you love her. You get over the top of her, and she's easily not certainly the narrowest of our top three in this particular one. Just like to make her a lot wider skeletally compared to the two stand above her. But this is a nice ewe, really a classy looking ewe. Coming next. Fourth, we've got one, again, big productive kind of ewe, big rib cage about her, big rack, big top. Just like to, again, bring her up the point of her shoulder, maybe give her just a notch more length of body, if you would, compared to some of them that stand above her. But this is a nice sheep. Let's give them all a big hand, if you would, please.
Results of the two-tooth Hampshire class. Hudson Horse from early FFAs in fourth. Third place goes to Kaylee Eaton from Bell County 4-H. The second is Addison Bandy. And
Hey, it was first.
in first place in the two-tooth class was Miss Emily Peters. Now ready for our aged Hampshire U class.
Well, it's certainly a good way to end our classes with the Hampshire Drive here with this age U division. Got a really good sound kind of U here to win this class. One's good on her feet and legs, really good down the top half for skeleton, so level and wide as you transition her from her blade to her hip. Certainly one you have to appreciate holding herself together very well. Second and third certainly get a little closer, and second is one that I think probably has the advantage of maybe just being a little more elevated at the point of that shoulder, a little better in her neck set, probably a little better maybe even in her flank line, but one that certainly doesn't have that big outline like our class winner, but yet for her frame size, I think she's certainly very good balance. She's really, really good in the way she's made. Really a powerful constructed ewe coming here next, one that can't really challenge her in terms of the amount of bone and width she has. Just like to make her a little more correct off her rear pasterns. She has a tendency to probably have a little more sat there than we like, and probably no doubt bring her up quite a lot in her front end, make her more feminine and up about her front 1/3. This is a really nice class, good way to end. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation.
Well, that was his selection on the aged ewes, so now we'll have the selection of the champion Hampshire ewe.
We're now ready for our Hampshire champion drive. As we're getting those organized and in here, give you the results of our Hampshire aged class. Third place is Charlie Rogers from Chapel Hill, FFA. Second place is Tatum Duncan, Lampasas County 4-H. Our class winner was Channing LaRue from West Rusk, FFA. Now ready for our champion Hampshire ewe drive.
Well, here they are. They're bringing them in. This is going to be for the champion drive of the Hampshire division.
Well, as would be expected, we had a really strong Hampshire drive, a lot of quality, a lot of depth in our classes, huge ewe lamb class, and it was, as we would expect, very deep in quality. And I think we get in here with your yearling and aged ewe classes, certainly really high quality ewes surface to the top in those particular divisions. As I said, as we went through all of our classes, I think most all of these, as we would expect with the Hampshire breed, certainly have an adequate amount of bone about them. Most of them have quite a lot of shag. They have those the bells and whistles that certainly make them noticeable in terms of their ring presence. But yet when we get on top of those sheep and put our hands on them, they meet the hands with a lot of width and dimension from the blade to their hip. They're really good over their rack. They're round rib sheep. They're sheep that have a lot of width to their loin, a lot of width to their pin set. There's some different shapes out here in terms of maybe how they put it together, but I think fundamentally as a quantitative standpoint, they have enough. And then it comes down to what's always fun as a judge to figure out which one puts it together in the best package for your opinion. In my opinion today, I think that ewe lamb class was just in really deep. The ewe lambs are going to stay your champion in reserve in this division as well. Congratulations to these young people.
Well, there you have it. The ewe lambs won. First and second were champion in reserve out of the they came out of the ewe lamb class. That was really a nice lineup right there. Great sheep.
Congratulations to all of our Hampshire ewe exhibitors. Our champion was Kate Arnold from Waller FFA, and reserve was Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the Rambouillet drive now. This is the Rambouillet ewe lamb class, sort of changing horses in the show now. We've been dealing with the British breeds of actually meat breeds, predominantly meat breeds that were developed just for meat. Of course, all sheep end up being part of the meat chain. But the Rambouillet is a dual-purpose breed. The Rambouillet is a breed in the genus Ovis, of course, in the sheep genus. It's also known as the Rambouillet Merino or the French Merino. The development of the Rambouillet breed started in 1786, and you'll recall that's earlier than most of the breeds that I talked about in the meat breeds. Louis XVI purchased over 300 Spanish Merinos from his cousin Charles III of Spain, and that's how this breed was developed, and then the breed made its way to the United States. And it's a breed that really most of the commercial sheep production in the western part of our state centered around Rambouillet sheep. They had some Columbia or Cordale influence in a lot of those breeds back there. And then the Delane Merino was the other wool breed. But they're developed, of course, for their fleece. The fleece is very important in the wool industry today. And the judge puts basically 50% of his emphasis on the fleece and 50% of the emphasis on the body conformation of the sheep, which is he's been doing almost 100% on body conformation up to this point. So you will see him part the wool, and he's looking for the fiber diameter in that wool. He's looking for the yield in that particular fleece, how much clean fleece he thinks he'll get off of that animal. And then the variability of that fleece is very important. All fleeces are coarser as you get back on the thigh, or what we call the breech of the sheep, and the finest part of that fleece is on the shoulder. Some of these Rambouillet sheep have a little bit of what we call belly wool, which is belly wool penetrating upon the side of the sheep, and belly wool is not as good as the remainder of the fleece, and so that's a characteristic that we don't like to see. Rambouillet breed is another breed that has actually evolved over time. These sheep are much different than what they looked maybe 20 years ago. The Texas Agricultural Experiment Station at Sonora ran a Rambouillet ram test for years, and there would be 300 maybe Rambouillet rams on that test, and the breeders out in West Texas would come and buy those rams and use those to either raise their own rams from or to use in their flocks. And those sheep were not as tall, not probably as flat-sided as these sheep are today. They were naturally a little more open-faced. A lot of these ewes appear to be nice and open-faced, but some of that has been sort of created with clippers. But in West Texas, it was very important to have that open face so those sheep could get out and make a living.
Well, we got a really nice class here to start your Rambouillet show off with. Ewe I'm starting with is one that I think you can tell from the outside looking in that she's really wide in her construction, very wide skeleton kind of ewe. She's certainly got a lot of width up high, and she tracks really wide from behind. Get your hands on her. She has a lot of substance there, a lot of width over her rack and her loin and out through her hip. Certainly one that you start look at her fleece quality. I think she's very good in that regard, so certainly a really nice class winner. Balances up super well, and I'm not saying she wins it handily, but I think she's a really super complete kind of ewe. In second, we got one that maybe just a smaller version of her, maybe not quite as big in terms of overall skeletal width as a class winner, but one that may actually be built as well up there front end. Really good neck attachment to her, really good in her shoulder shape, really feminine up there front 1/3. Not quite as wide and dimensional down the top half for skeleton as my class winner, but certainly a really nice ewe. One coming here next is one that gave me some problems. She's a big productive maternal kind of ewe, big rib kind of a ewe, one that's got a lot of depth to her, and you appreciate that about her. Just not as much to her, particularly from her hooks back out through her hip as compared to the two staying above her. But one that I really like her from a side view. She's really uniform in her body depth. Certainly like her flank line, like her skeletal makeup. She's another one. I think by all three of these in the front end of this class, we got a really good fleece quality about them. Then we come in here in 4 and 5 are two ewes that I like a lot. There's kind of some subtle differences between them. Matter of fact, a lot of differences between them in terms of the way they're put together. The ewe coming here next is one that maybe gets a little steeper. Oh, there you are. Okay. I was going to say, you okay? All right. Kind of pushed you around, didn't it? This ewe coming here next is one that got a bad attitude. I guess we could say that about her. But one that very maternal about her look, and in terms of one that's got some body shape to her, a lot of elevation to her front end. Then the ewe coming there next is the one that I was just talking about, a little flatter in the way she's put together, maybe not quite as wide and descriptive out through her hip as the ones that stand above her. Nice class. Let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation, please.
Results of our Ramblay ULAM class. In fourth place was Addie Buff from Pretty FFA. In third place, Joseph Grutgut from Deaf Smith County. Second place is Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. And in first place was Seth Parker from Slacker County 4-H.
Well, this is a challenging class here. Got a lot of differences in terms of not only sheep, but the way they're presented, and it does make it a challenge. But there's no doubt in my mind, I'm very comfortable with my class winner. One that is really, really wide and from the skeletal makeup. One that's really very acceptable in terms of wool quality and fleece quality. One that really has plenty of length of loin, length and width of hip, or length and width of hip. Is she carrying some condition? Yeah, she is. But I don't think she's carrying any more condition than the one in second. So that's I didn't really hold that against her. But I think this one in second may be a nickel better up there, front 1/3 than my class winner. But she's probably not as big and robust at her hip as my class winner. So I think that's an interesting pair here. I do think they need to be together. Third place is one that just kind of grew on me the longer we were out here. Don't know if there's really just anything that just jumps right at you in terms of just something that says she needs to win, other than the fact that I think she's adequate in virtually all categories. I think she's very good balanced. I think she's good in her front end. She may be better fronted even than my class winner. One that's really good in her neck attachment, really feminine, as I said, in her front 1/3. Just may finally opted to decide there wasn't enough of her in terms of her just overall width as compared to the two that stand above her. But this is a really nice made ewe, one that, as I said, is very well balanced. Year in fourth is kind of unique. From a guy from Oklahoma, I'll be the first to tell you we don't have a ton of Rambouillet sheep up there, and we don't have a ton of wool breed sheep up there. But I also know that enough to know that whenever you look at the wool quality and it's presented different, in this particular case, not as much of it, that's certainly a deficit. So that's as far as I thought that I could put this sheep up in this class. I love this particular sheep. I think she's built right. I think she's really angular about her shoulder. I think she's good in her front end. I really like those things about her. You get on top of her, and I think it's really, really hard to be critical of her, and particularly over her rack and her loin. No, she's not as big in her pin set as the ones that stand above her. But because of wool quality, I thought I basically couldn't slide her or justify her up any higher. But if you want to argue that, I certainly would appreciate that. But this is a really, really nice ewe here. I think this is a really nice top four in this particular group, taking nothing away from any of the ones we have standing over here. I think we got a lot of quality in these ewes over here. They're good balanced, good structured ewes, stout made ewes with a lot of fleece quality about them. Let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation, if you would, please.
Results of our two-tooth Rambouillet ewe class. In fourth place goes to Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. Third place is Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Second is John Grutgut from Deaf Smith County. And your class winner was Joseph Grutgut from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Congratulations to all of you. Now in the ring is our aged, mature Rambouillet ewes.
Well, I know we still got overall champion to go in the Rambouillet breed, but I think this is certainly one of the deepest classes we've had in this particular division. We've got an outstanding class winner here to start off with, one that's super good down her top line. I like her width and correctness of width and skeletal skeletal structure as we work from blade to hip in this particular ewe. She's big in her hip. She's really good on her feet and legs. Just really cool to look at. You get your hands on her. There's plenty of width as well. Wool quality is good. Just an excellent kind of ewe. Second, we've got one that may be a nickel taller at the point of her shoulder. She may be just a nickel shallower in her chest for. Just didn't see enough of her compared to my class winner, particularly in substance and width over the top half for skeleton. But you really have to appreciate the design on this ewe in second. Big, stout, rugged ewe here in third. One that I like a lot of things about her. Fleece is really, really good. It's probably one of the longest loin sheep of any breed that I've handled today. A really long, measuring kind of ewe. I appreciate that about her. But yet, when we get her on the move, she maybe gets a little rounder, maybe not quite as correct in the way she puts herself together and gets around the ring. But another really, really good, high-quality ewe. As I said, this is a really deep class here. Four, we got one here. It's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension over top. Big bone, big, good skeleton kind of ewe here. Maybe changed it ever so slightly up to that front end, but a young lady, you would win the class most any day. You just happen to have in this particular group three really, really good ones in front of you as well. But again, this is a big ewe, big outline kind of ewe, one that I like a lot of things about. And the ewe in fifth is certainly not anything that is void of quality. One here that has tremendous fleece about her. I like her wool quality. I like a lot of things about her from a balance aspect. Gets a little more refined in her structure, a little narrower about her skeletal makeup as compared to her contemporaries. Nice class, as I said, one of the deepest classes all day. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation.
Results of our A's Rambouillet U class. In third place was Cade Parker from Schleicher County 4-H. Second goes to Caleb Dockery from Slato FFA. And our class winner was Parker Munns. This time we're now ready for our Rambouillet champion drive. Y'all are first and second place Rambouillet U's back in the ring for our champion drive.
Well, we're about ready to select the champion Rambouillet ewe. There were hours spent on trimming and grooming these animals. I once exhibited these animals as did my children, and we spent hours trimming and cording and clipping by hand.
Well, as I said, a guy from Oklahoma doesn't see a whole lot of Rambouillet sheep up our way, but I always appreciate coming to Texas and seeing some really good sheep in this breed. I'm always impressed about how much quality you have. It's I talked about the sheep and the fitting and et cetera a while ago in another class, and up our way, or up further north, I mean, there's a lot of fitting goes on a lot of breeds, and down here, I respect the fact that you guys kind of do your breed deal right on terms of the Rambouillets and your wool breeds, and I really appreciate that. And like I said, but underneath that wool, these are good sheep. They're good quality in their wool, and I know that's one of their primary purposes, but fundamentally they're good structured sheep, and I'm very pleased with them. When I bring them out here in your champion row, they're sheep that are good on their feet and legs. They're sheep that are good in their skeletal makeup. They still look like ladies. They're feminine in their front end. They have good angle to their shoulder, good neck set. Again, just a really nice set of sheep, and I'm very pleased. Let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation, if you would, please. It does make it really difficult because there are several really good ones out here, and that's what you would expect. As I said, when you come to San Antonio or any of your larger shows down here, the fact that you just expect good quality wool sheep, and you certainly haven't let me down at all. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. Let's put our hands together one more time and congratulate these kids, if you would, please.
Congratulations to our champion Rambouillet exhibitor, Joseph Gutt from Deaf Smith County 4-H. And then Parker Lane Munns had our reserve champion Rambouillet from Bell County.
Well, now we've changed horses again, and we have gotten to the Dorper breed of sheep. This is the class of Dorper ewe lambs. The Dorpers are a South African breed, and they were created from a true hair sheep, a black Persian ewe, crossed with a horned Dorset ram, a Dorset horn ram. I'm not certain that the Dorset also basically was a British breed that had quite an influence early from South Downs, but this black-headed Dorper is known as the Dorper breed. There'll be some white Dorpers later on today. Those were the two breeds that were utilized to create this breed, and this breed was really created to be a breed that provided lamb that would grow fast and has some muscle and carcass quality, and reach the weight that they wanted on the range. And so, whereas a lot of our domestic sheep that we've had here for years, they went into a feedlot situation and then went to slaughter. Most of the Dorper breed in South Africa actually goes directly to the slaughter. And they're slaughtered at a younger age. The meat texture and the flavor of the Dorper is just slightly different than many other sheep breeds. I find it to be quite good, quite acceptable. We talked earlier about the Rambouillet breed being the predominant breed of sheep in Texas for many years, and several things have caused that to change. There's still lots of Rambouillet sheep in Texas, and they're a very profitable breed of sheep still, but the labor demands for that particular breed, it's getting very difficult to find sheep shears to remove the fleece from those sheep, and so we see the Dorper breed and the influences of these naturally shedding sheep or hair sheep actually sort of taking over, and there's many, many more of those in the state now. The Dorper breed is known as a shedding breed, not a hair sheep breed. Some people mistakenly call them hair sheep, but they're actually a sheep that grows a very light, loose texture of wool, and they will shed that wool. And so they're not truly a hair sheep, although half of their ancestry, the Black Persian ewe, is a true hair sheep and sort of a fat-tailed sheep. You'll also notice almost all of these Dorper sheep are shown in a halter, as opposed to most of the other breeds. We saw some shown in halters, and that's becoming more and more accepted, I think. But the Dorper breed, they have a little different personality, and so they just perform better in the show ring with a halter. So most of the exhibitors, young people, have decided that that's when the sheep looks best, so that's the best way to present them. I think the first Dorpers came into our country, in about 96, Norman, or something along in there?
Well, they came right there when Jurgen brought those boar goats over. 95, I guess it was.
And it's a breed that has grown in popularity. It's one of the largest registries that we have in the nation now. They're moderate frame size sheep. And that's one of the reasons they do so well throughout the United States. These sheep perform well in the semi-arid areas of our state, out in West Texas and further west. They also do very well on the eastern coast and on the western coast. In the mountain states, they still do well. These sheep are just they're excellent performers. I happen to be involved in the Dorper breed and production, and I tell people that I've never had a breed of sheep that I think it performs better than this particular breed. They just perform so well.
Well, you can see it all the way across our state. That's why they're moving in the numbers that they are, is because they are efficient. And nobody has to have anything special for them.
That's so true. As I said earlier, there were about 85 about 70,000 Rambouillet sheep in my county whenever I moved there, and now I'd say there's probably not over 5,000 or 6,000 Rambouillet fine wool type sheep, and most of these the sheep now in West Texas in the commercial area are these shedding type sheep or hair sheep. The only real problem that all sheep producers in our area are having is a predatory problem. Coyotes and things have really made it tough on the sheep breeders in our part of the state, as in other places.
Folks around the ring here, if you don't mind, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors that exit the ring. And another deep class of Dorper sheep here and extremely high quality. Congratulations, young folks.
Those wild hogs don't mind eating a Dorper sheep either.
No, they sort of like them. They surely do. There are some breed standard issues in this breed that we don't see in a lot of the other breeds. Color variations are closely monitored. There's some color things in the breed. For instance, you'll see some that have white up on their head, and that's permissible for studding for as long as that white doesn't split the head completely and cause two separate sides of the head, then it's acceptable. There's a limit as to how much how much black can actually be on the sheep. Feel for our judges a little bit when they start to judge the Dorper class, because they've been through all of these other breeds of sheep and they're looking at larger frame sheep and sheep that are certainly different phenotypically than these sheep, and so it takes them a little while to get their eye set and begin to evaluate these Dorper sheep. Certainly they're looking for the very same things in terms of structural soundness and bone and substance and muscularity, and then that femininity in these ewes and that show ring look about them is very important, and they'll talk about that in this breed as well as all the other breeds. The judge is going to put them on the walk again, and that's always a good thing to see. talked earlier about sheep having shag, and you can see that these sheep are all have hair completely from the hock and the knee down. They have no wool on their legs at all, and it's not an acceptable trait in the breed for them to have any wool on their legs, and that allows them to get out and perform in our part of the world a little better. And as Norman said earlier, we don't have to worry about them picking up that horehound and cockleburs and speargrass and bird clover and things like that.
Just makes sense.
Well, we've got a really deep class here to start in this particular division. My class winner is one that kind of caught my eye from the moment that this young lady entered the gate with this ewe lamb. One that just has maternal written all over, just big rib, big volume kind of a female. One that you can't question the amount of skeletal width she has. It's just so wide and dimensional out through her top and her hip. Plenty of muscle shape from behind. Subtle things. Yeah, she's probably a little carrying more condition than she needs to. She's kind of like me. She could probably go on a diet and be a lot better off. Maybe change her head just a little, but she is really nice from a side view. Plenty of length of body, plenty of length of loin, plenty of length of hind saddle. Just a really nice kind of view to start with. This ewe lamb here in a second, though, pushed her, and the more I kept looking at this pair, this gal is just quite a lot lighter. She's just not quite as much of her today as my class winner. She meets the hands probably with a little firmer touch in terms of meaning she's leaner over her rib cage and not quite as much body fat about her, but just not as much of her. And probably there's a couple of key things there. I'd like to sure make her a little bigger in her pin set as compared to my class winner, and like I said, just like to make more of her compared to my class winner. But this is a phenomenal ewe here in second, and so congratulations, young lady. Set second with one that good shows the depth and the quality that we have in this division. Young man's got a good one coming here next. One that I think really has a good breed character about her. One that has a lot of width and dimension over her top. Maybe not quite as much true width right behind her blades as compared to the two stand right above above him, but I've changed that and give her just a notch more width as we come out of the hip, and I think he sure could have played a little closer in that particular alignment. Young man's got one coming here next, and young man, you did a wonderful job showing this ewe. I'll be first one to tell you. She's just a little lazy when she gets out on the move, and she's a little lazy when you put her on a side view. She's a little lazy. I guess what I'm trying to say, she's a little lazy in her spine, and she doesn't quite want to present herself real well. But she's so long from flank to flank. I think that's part of it. And when you get one that long, and it's just super tough to keep the support there to keep it all together. And you're doing a nice job presenting her. This is a nice ewe. Outside of that's kind of hard to look at sometimes, particularly when I get her on the move. But she's fundamentally pretty sound. You get one coming here next. It's a little smaller version. She's kind of like the second place one up there. Pounds lighter in this particular group, but built well. Just not enough of her compared to her contemporaries. Another one coming here next. I like the breed character on this gal. Very impeccable in that regard. One that certainly meets the hands with a lot of touch and feel and muscularity, and one that I think has enough bone. Maybe could have a nickel more, but this is a nice class, very deep class. Put our hands together to show them our appreciation, please.
Results of the ewe lambs, the Dorper ewe lambs. In sixth place was Ethan Marshall from Gillespie County. Fifth place went to Hadley Cool from Lampasas County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Third was Brindley Helmachek from Mason County 4-H. Second is Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H, and winning that class is Emily Peters from Kendall County 4-H. We're now ready for our two-tooth class of Dorper ewes. Mature Dorper ewes, please be making your way to make ready penny if you're not already up here to be checking in. This is first call for mature Dorper ewes.
Well, we're now looking at the yearling Dorper ewes. ewes in this class.
Interesting class here. class winner, to me, just kind of dominates this deal. I think you can see ringside how wide and stout she is, just huge in terms of her mass and width down her top. Big-bodied kind of ewe, very maternal appearing kind of ewe. One that has plenty of muscle shape, very good in her structure and very good in her lines. Really interesting ewe coming here next. One's giving up quite a lot of pounds in this particular group, but man, I love the appearance that she has. So elegant in her front end, so feminine up to that front end, very good in the angle of her shoulder, very good in her neck set. I like her chest fore. I like her basically her flank line. And then you get up on top of her. No, there's not as much width as my class winner, but again, she's given up quite a few pounds in this particular lineup. But love the way she's put together, love the way she's made. Really nice pair, contrasting pair, but a real nice pair. We get into third, another big-bodied kind of ewe, very productive in her look, very maternal in her look. Just gets a little rounder in her makeup, not quite as sound in her feet and legs as the two stand above her to move up any higher. The young lady's got a good one coming here next, one that I like a lot of things about this ewe. Just like to probably, again, just stouten her up just a nickel, particularly out through her hip, compared to the ones that stand above her. But this is a nice class, good group, very deep class. Let's put our hands together to show them our appreciation.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, we're about to start with the
results of our two-tooth Dorper U class. Third place went to Brindley Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. Second went to Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. And your class winner was also Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Now ready for our aged U. Aged U Dorpers are now in the ring.
aged U class, and of course in this particular class we will see some ewes that are already in production. They're already gestating, they're already lactating. We'll see some other ewes that are in late gestation, and so this particular breed is very well known for their ability to mature early and to breed and to raise lambs, and so this is kind of one of the first classes we've seen where our aged ewes are actually showing quite a bit of that maternal look that we like to see in these ewes.
Well, this is a really, really nice class here, and you know, as I look at these, my top two in this particular alignment, actually my top four, you know, wow comes into my mind in terms of a comment, because particularly this class winner, I mean, she's so good in her design. She's so well put together in terms of the way she's made skeletally. Plenty of muscle shape. It's all in the right spots. Good in her flank line. Good in her neck set. Just a really nice class winner. Young man's got one here in second that probably most any day is going to win pretty easily. Love the muscle shape. Love the big body of this ewe. So maternal in her appearance. So round in her rib cage. Really like so many things about her. Just not quite as neat a package. Certainly not quite as much length, not quite as much neatness in terms of her lines as the class winner, but really nice pair. Young lady in third's got a good one too. This ewe is built so well, just not quite enough of her, particularly on the top half for skeleton, as compared to her temporaries that stand above her. Another big maternal ewe coming here next. One that just breaks a little behind her blades, shoulder blades, if you will. Like to level her up more over her top line compared to the three that stand above her. It's a really nice class. Let's put our hands together. Show them our appreciation, please.
Results of our aged Dorper U class. In fourth place was Brinley Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. Third goes to Paisley Lord from Brown County 4-H. Second and first both were from Brody Rader, from Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to all of you. This time we now have our first, second place exhibitors coming back in out of our ewe lamb, two-tooth, and aged U class for our champion Dorper Drive.
Well, it's been a really good division. Folks, let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation, please. I think virtually every class that we had, or every division we had, certainly lined up with a lot of quality that I was able to find. At least I thought they kind of fit together pretty well. And then we get them back out here. I'm really pleased with this lineup. I think they all have enough muscle shape. They all have, I think, enough structural integrity about them. They're balanced good. Just really fundamentally some pretty good kind of ewe lambs and yearlings. And I really appreciate this group. I'll go show you which two I like the best in order. Again, let's show these kids our appreciation, if you would, please.
If y'all would please, let's put our hands together and pay off these exhibitors leaving the ring with a round of applause. Another large class of white Dorper sheep this afternoon, high quality class, and even better kids. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, this white Dorper ewe lamb class was tremendous. There's a group of lambs going out, exhibitors going out right now, and just a tremendous set of ewe lambs. I think there were 34 or something like that in the class. We talked about the Dorper breed and how their development occurred in South Africa. This is the white Dorper breed, and again, the Horned Dorset was a part of this creation of this sheep, and the bottom half of that was more from the Von Roy sheep than the Black Persian. So still we have a sheep that's very moderate in frame size. They're a shedding sheep. They actually, most of them have a little less fleece than the Dorper sheep do. From the knee and hock down, they're all hair. There are some, we talked about color characteristics in the Dorper breed. There are some color characteristics in this breed as well, but it deals with the pigmentation around the eye. At least they have to show an evidence of pigmentation around the eye, and that's to protect them from sunlight, of course. And there's some limit as to where they can have any other brown pigment or pigment in their skin or that comes through into the fiber of the fleece. That's pretty well limited to the head and neck region. They can't have hardly any speckling on the back of on the rest of their body.
Really good class. Really big class, but a really good class. A lot of depth. These final 10 or 11 that we've got left out here had to be pretty special in order to get pulled, because this is, like I said, a really high quality lineup. And this class winner is pretty unique, folks. It's kind of hard to put one together that is actually so wide and so thick over top, so big in her rib cage, so big in her volume and capacity, and still yet have some maternal look about her and femininity up to that front end. Is she, is she super feminine up there front end? No, she's not, because you can't. When you're that wide, you can't be, super feminine up to your front end, but I think she's feminine enough for the body shape that she has. Her neck set is good. Her chest floor is good. Her rear flank and her chest floor are in alignment. Just a really, really, really nice shoe. The one here in second is very unique. You look at it from the outside, they say, well, first and second don't look a lot alike, and I'll be the first to tell you they're not that much alike. They're both high-quality ewes, though. This one is a little more elevated. She is the feminine-fronted one of the two. She does have a big, long neck about her. She's also really good in her chest floor in relation to her rear flank. She's not as wide and dimensional down her top, and she's certainly not as big in her center third as my class winner, but she's really, really nice. You get your hands on her, she's really firm to the touch. She's very muscular down her top and out through her hip and leg. Really nice pair. Like I said, contrasting types, but both of them really good. This ewe lamb coming here next is kind of a combination between the two of them. I think I see her as having that center body depth, a lot of rib cage capacity about her. I see her having a tremendous amount of shape and width down her top. She gets a little relaxed behind her shoulder blades, if you will. You can see it right here, or right there as a young man, is strutting her, or basically handling her underneath to try to probably correct that, because he's a pretty good showman. And I've watched him all day long. He's done a nice job with everything he's brought out here. And this ewe lamb certainly is a little relaxed there behind her blades, but he's doing a nice job with it. Outside of that, though, she's phenomenal. The ewe lamb coming here next is another big body, maternal appearing kind of female. Gets a little rounder, gets a little softer to the touch, if you will, compared to her contemporaries. Young man here in the green shirt doing a nice job. His presentation as well. Big top, good fronted ewe lamb, one that's very feminine, very good in her blades, good neck attachment, good in her flank line, just not enough of her compared to the others that stand above her in this class. But nice, high quality class. Folks, let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation.
The results of our white Dorper ewe lamb class. Ninth place goes to James Glass from Sterling City FFA. Eighth place goes to Alyssa Faust from Lampasas FFA. In seventh place, we have Hessen Hohenberger from Blanco County 4-H. In sixth place, we have Addison Hohenberger from Blanco County 4-H. In 5 is James Glass from Sterling City FFA. Fourth place goes to Braxton Helmachek from Mason County 4-H. Third place is another entry from Addison Hohenberger from Blanco County 4-H. Second is Knox Padgett from Fredericksburg FFA. And our class winner in our white Dorper ewe lamb class is Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. We're now ready for our two-tooth white Dorper ewes. Two-tooth white Dorper ewes.
Well, really nice class here. Class winner, I've talked about width and width of skeleton and structural width all day long, and I don't know that I've had a wider one come through than this ewe here. She is incredibly pulled apart in terms of just overall body width, and so opened up in her rib cage, so opened up out of her hip, just stands incredibly wide as she tracks away, comes to you. She's carrying a little condition, but that's okay. I don't think it's too much. I don't think we have to worry about her condition equating to extra width that she has, because she's plenty wide. Okay, you can tell that the fat condition on her is certainly not actually taken away from what I see in terms of true width. Just a really big volume kind of ewe, really good class winner. Young lady's got one coming here next that I like a lot. Matter of fact, initially I thought this was going to be my class winner until I got to the end of the line where the young man was. It's kind of like, wow. That ewe is just pretty darn thick and wide and kind of hard to get around, and you could almost put your ewe inside of his ewe in terms of just sheer width, but yours is really nice. Really good maternal looking kind of a ewe lamb. Really appreciate that about her. Young lady's got one here coming next that again pretty high on, not there again as much width, particularly over the loin, as the two that stand above you. Certainly not one that is void of muscle by any shape of the imagination. I mean, probably more importantly with me, I'd like to level her up down her top and out of her hip, just a nickel compared to the two that stand above you. Nice trio that end up the top end of this class. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation, please.
Results of our two-tooth white Dorper class. Third place went to Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. Second was another entry from Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. And our class winner was James Glass from Sterling City FFA. We are now ready for our white Dorper aged class. White Dorper aged ewes.
Final class of our White Dorper division. I think we got a really nice set of ewes to line up here. A real complete ewe to start this class off with. One that's got a real round rib cage to her, lots of maternal appearance to her. One that really has a lot of substance and handle over her top. One that I've actually thought most all these ewes would be pretty fat, and they're actually not. I was kind of shocked. There's a couple of them that are carrying a little more condition on them, but this is not one of them. She's not lean, but I wouldn't call her fat by any shape of the imagination. But well-built ewe, certainly one that has got a really good maternal appearance to her. You coming here next, I like a lot. She's another good balanced ewe. I'd like to level her up down her top line, if you would. Gets a little relaxed there behind her shoulder blades, but really nice ewe. Coming in here third, we got young lady's got a big volume kind of ewe. One that we really like her a lot from that aspect. She's actually pretty substantial in terms of her width over her top. Certainly one that has plenty of muscle shape. I just like to probably clean her up just a nickel up to her front end. She's certainly she's wide and dimensional, but she's probably could be just a nickel more feminine up to her front end. And then we get up here in fourth place, another good high quality kind of ewe, big volume ewe, one that has plenty of muscle shape. I think built right, plenty of substance of bone. Her foot size is good. Just change her up again up to her front 1/3, make him a nickel more feminine as compared to some of them that stand above her in this alignment. But nice set, nice group of four. Good way to end our division, certainly. Let's put our hands together, show them our appreciation.
Results of our aged White Dorper class. In fourth place is Kinley Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. Third goes to Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. Second is Alyssa Faust from Lampasas FFA. And your class winner was another entry from Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. We are now ready for our White Dorper champion drive. We need all of our first and second place White Dorpers back in the ring for our champion drive.
Well, I think it's a very fitting way to end our divisions here this afternoon. Before we do champion, I think this White Dorper division has been really deep in quality, a lot of numbers and a lot of quality, and I think it's very representative when we get these first class winners and second place winners out here in this particular alignment. I think they're all very functional kind of females that are very maternal in their look. They all have plenty of rib shape and capacity to them, and they're really good on their feet and legs. As for the most part, I don't think there's really too much we would change in that regard. Just a really good, sound, structurally kind of sound and structurally correct kind of set of females, and I'm very pleased with that. I'm going to go out and show you which two I like the best, and then after this, I guess we'll go into our champion drive. And again, let's put our hands together and congratulate our White Dorper exhibitors. Good job. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our White Dorper champion and reserve champion exhibitors. Champion White Dorper this year was exhibited by Miss Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. Your reserve champion White Dorper comes to us from Fredericksburg FFA, exhibited by Mr. Knox Padgett. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, it won't be long. We'll be having the Supreme Champion Drive. We got to wait till all our committee people are here, and then we're going to have it.
right, everybody. I'd like to welcome y'all out to the 74th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Ryan Colwell. I'm your Livestock Vice Chairman, and I'd like to welcome y'all to the Grand Champion Junior Breeding Sheep Show and Scholarship Presentation. Right now, we are fixing to award up to approximately $60,000 to these exhibitors. We'd like to congratulate all these exhibitors in their achievements and efforts making it this far. We'd like to send a special thank you to our Breeding Sheep and Goat Committee, led by Ms. Audra Schultz and Dr. Edward Dick. Our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. With all of our earnings and proceeds, San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment totals more than $243 million. So without further ado, we'll introduce these exhibitors. We'll get this scholarship presentation underway where we select a few exhibitors that won throughout the day and join them to our scholarship family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to introduce all of our reserve champions for the day and present them with their buckle and their hardwares here. So out of the South Down breed, we had Emerson Gardner from Leonard FFA had our reserve South Down. Congratulations.
Yeah. Do what?
From the Suffix, our reserve is Harper White from Johnson City FFA. Representing the Hampshire Reserve was Miss Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA. Congratulations, young lady. From the Rambouillet breed, our reserve was Parker Munns from Bell County. Representing the Dorper breed, our reserve was Emily Peters from Kendall County 4-H. From the White Dorpers, our reserve champion was Knox Paget from Fredericksburg FFA. Now on to our breed champions. Present some hardware and some goodies. Our champion South Down is Jacob Connor from Gillespie County 4-H.
It's his birthday, even better. Congratulations. Representing our Suffolks, the champion was Holden White from Johnson City, FFA, yes. Duo there in the Suffolks. Congratulations, a little family affair there. Congratulations, young ladies. Representing the Hampshires, our champion is Kate Arnold from Waller FFA. From the Ramblers, our champion was Joseph Grotgut from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Representing the Dorper breed, our champion is Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Representing the White Dorpers, our champion is Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H.
right, now the moment we've been waiting for. We've passed out some money. We've passed out some hardware. We've passed out some scholarships. Now it's time for Supreme and Reserve Supreme Drive. We're going to reintroduce our Reserve Breed champions as they come in the ring. Coming out of the South Down, Reserve champion was Emerson Gardner from Leonard FFA. And yes, it is okay to clap for them. Your Reserve Suffolk is Harper White from Johnson City FFA. Representing the Hampshires Reserve was Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA. The Reserve Rambouillet was brought to us by Parker Munns from Bell County 4-H. Miss Emily Peters brings us to the Reserve Dorper from Kendall County 4-H. And certainly last but not least, our White Dorper is brought to us, Reserve Knox Padgett from Fredericksburg FFA. The excitement's too much. The moment was too big. The other half of the duos here, our champion South Down comes to us from Jacob Connor from Gillespie County 4-H. The other half of the White Clan, champion Suffolk, Holden White from Johnson City FFA. Champion Hampshire comes to us from Mr. Kate Arnold from Waller FFA. Champion Rambouillet was proudly exhibited by Joseph Graga from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Our Dorper U champion comes to us from Brody Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Our White Dorper was exhibited by Miss Carly Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together. Nice set of sheep out here, an even better set of kids. Congratulations to all of you. While our judges working through this lineup out here, let's give Mr. Randy Pirtle from Oklahoma one more round of applause for working through our sheep this afternoon. He's had a lot of hard choices to work through, but certainly appreciate him coming down and spending time with our young folks and giving them our advice, his advice and expertise today.
Well, it's indeed been an honor and a privilege to come back down here to San Antonio and judge your purebred ewes. I was here a few years ago and did your weather dams and I think an open division, and if I recall, but I thank you, Brian, for asking me to come back. It's indeed an honor and a privilege. You're certainly admired by many for the program that you have down here. You know, that scholarship program is unbelievable. Folks, let's put our hands together and thank the management, the superintendents, the ring help, and all those people involved. I don't know, they probably told you earlier today, I wasn't listening, but I've been a superintendent for the Tulsa State Fair Show for about 30 years, and the Oklahoma Youth Expo about the same time period. I know what it takes to put on a show, and it certainly doesn't just happen in one day. It's a year-long thing. The preparation and all the teamwork that it takes to put on an event like this, and Brian, I can't even imagine you guys down here, you go for like a month. We grew up in Oklahoma. Our two events that I'm involved with, each one of them are 10 days, and we're all about ready to take a two-month cruise by the time we're done. You know, it's just unbelievable. So hats off to you. You know, like I said, I'm not one for big speeches, but I will tell you that. The last about month and a half, I've been in the lambing barn most of the time, and I'm not sure how much work I've been doing. My wife would say probably very little, but I've been present in the lambing barn for the last month and a half. So I will say it's indeed a kind of a privilege to get out of the barn, because my dogs were probably tired of me talking to them. So today, as I was probably talking these classes, I'm sure some of these kids probably thought, wow, is this guy ever going to shut up? Well, I was always taught many moons ago now by my judging coach that never leave a place with people wondering why you did what you did. They may not agree with you. Matter of fact, there's probably 90% of them not going to agree with you, but they're going to at least know why you did what you did. I hope that today and wherever I've been in the past when I was here or wherever, that the people will never have to wonder about that with me. And I will assure you, if you're new to this program, if you go to another show next week, you'll get another opinion. Every judge and every show, you're going to get another opinion. And you go to enough of them, and you might find one that agrees with you. And sometimes I know we used to always laugh about the folks that my daughters would always say, you know, Dad, we don't want to go to that show because that guy, we never get along well under him. And I said, well, that means we haven't learned a lot. We obviously probably haven't learned what that judge is looking for, and maybe we need to do a better job. And but there again, you have to listen to the judge and try to learn. Again, one person's opinion. Today it was an opinion that happened to equate into a lot of scholarships. Hats off to each and every one of your kids that got a scholarship. Hats off to each and every one of you that came close to a scholarship, and I wish you the best of luck as you come back next year or the following year, hopefully, and are able to do that, because this is an incredible program. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to talk a lot about these sheep. As I said, I probably reasoned to everybody to death today because I'm kind of long on words sometimes. But I'm pleased with this group. There's a lot of breeds represented out here, a lot of different breeds. And as we went through today, you can tell that I'm an old teacher. I worked for Oklahoma State University for 34 years, and I've retired now. But I'm always in a teaching mood, and I hope that I didn't offend anybody when I make comments about certain breeds and kind of what the breed type is or should be or whatever. It was not intended to be personal, and hopefully you took it the way I intended it, strictly professional. So again, I'm going to go out, show you which two I like the best. Thank you for asking me. It's indeed been an honor and a privilege, and certainly wish each and every one of you the best of luck as you go on down the trail. Let's put our hands together one more time for this incredible group of kids, and I'll go out and find you a champion and reserve overall.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors, but specifically here, champion South Down is our Supreme. You this year, Jacob Connor from Gillespie County 4-H, and our Reserve Supreme came to us out of the Hampshires with Mr. Kate Arnold from Waller FFA. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations to all the exhibitors, parents, family members, and advisors back home. Congratulations on a heck of a set of sheep all day today between the commercial ewes and the registered breeding sheep day. You had a tremendous show on both sides of that today. Wish you all the best heading home. Be safe in your travels. We look forward to seeing many of you back here again next year. Those of y'all that are seniors going off to other things, we wish you all the best. Good luck in your future endeavors. Those of y'all will be here tomorrow. We look forward to having another high-quality open breeding sheep show here at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we will start promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We look forward to seeing y'all again tomorrow.